watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to BDTV Breakfast Show. My name, Onyeka Valentine. It's a pleasure to have you this morning, and it's a beautiful day. Let's jump right up into it. Let's see what's making the headlines. Tinubu seeks reps approval for $21.5 billion external loan and $757.9 billion bond. Naira stables as exporters inflows contributes swell. FG clears 200,000 passport backlogs, pays to 28 billion naira debt, says Tunji Ojo. Against Sudan on the brinks of health crisis with cholera outbreak. Champions League absence could benefit Man United, says Amorim. Let's begin with the news in Nigeria, where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has asked the House of Representatives to consider and approve a new external borrowing plan totaling over $21.5 billion, along with insurance of 757.9 billion naira in domestic bonds to offset outstanding pension liabilities. In a letter read on the floor of the House on Tuesday, May 27th, Tinubu stressed the importance of proposed 2025 to 2026 borrowing plan targeting key sectors of the economy. The president revealed that the borrowing was necessitated by current economic realities, including the removal of fuel subsidies and its broader fiscal impact. Moving on, the naira has on Tuesday maintained stability across foreign exchange FX markets as exporters account for the largest contribution of market inflows. According to Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, the local currency closed flat on Tuesday as the dollar was quoted at 1,583 naira, marking a 0.3% loss compared to 1,579.40 quoted the previous day at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. In the parallel market, also known as the black market, Nigeria studied at 1,600 per dollar, appreciating by 0.06% as the dollar was quoted at 1,597.40 kobo on Monday. This also marks a gain of 1 naira 0.0 kobo compared to 1,580.44 quoted on Friday. The CBN governor, Olayemi Cardoso, revealed importance of adhering to the FX code and regulatory framework as part of efforts to ensure market stability, building trust amongst stakeholders. Still on, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, has revealed that the federal government has cleared over 200,000 unprocessed passports applications since his assumption in office. Ojo revealed this during the Access Bank guest lecture series held in Lagos on Monday, adding that 28 billion naira in old debt have been paid off without extra funding from the federal government. The minister added that the minister has leveraged everything in the ministry and technology planning to clear the passport backlog, noting that new systems like the e-platform, contactless passport renewals, and advanced passengers tracking have been launched to facilitate their work. To end the local news, the Pediatric Association of Nigeria, PAN, has revealed that more than 2 million Nigerians and children, in Nigeria are malnourished while 11 million continue suffering from food poverty. PAN, who revealed this at the event marking the 2025 Children's Day celebration in Abuja, called for implementation of nutrition-based policies and adequate budgetary allocation to address the issues. The association said that the event was organized to enable children express their talents, highlights, and serious malnutrition challenges facing Nigeria. PAN President Professor Akanem Ekure called for urgent advocacy and health education implementation across local government, insisting that timely action remains crucial to address child malnutrition effectively across the nation. On the foreign scene, the International Rescue Committee, IRC, has warned that war-torn Sudan is now on the brinks of a public health disaster as cholera and other deadly diseases spread across that area. Sudan's health minister reported that 172 people have died during the cholera outbreak in 1 week, posting that most of the new cases in Khartoum state are getting serious. According to reports, drone attacks have also caused more outrages and more outages of water purification stations, leaving people with no choice but to use unclean water for cooking and for other things. IRC Country Director of Sudan, Etizaz Yusufi, revealed that the civil war, now in its third year, continues to fuel the resurgence of cholera across the country. In the foreign scene, Trump administration has said that it will direct U.S. federal agencies to review Harvard University's grants to potentially end or redistribute funding as part of the White House escalating battles with America's oldest university. Reports reveal that the Government Service Administration, GSA, plans to circulate a letter to agencies asking them to identify whether Harvard's contract could be cancelled or redirected elsewhere. The administration estimated about 30 contracts collectively worth $100 million could be reviewed after freezing $2.65 billion in federal grants and trying to revoke Harvard's ability to enroll international students across the globe. Now to sports. Manchester United Ruben Amorim has revealed that the missing out on Champions League football could be a blessing in disguise in his attempt to rebuild the fallen English giants. The Portuguese coach addressed the media in Malaysian capital Kuala Lumpur fresh from the United worst season since 1974, having finished 15th place in the Premier League. With money tight to get the right players over summer for his favorite and favored formation, the United boss faces a stiff task to get his team back among elite next season with all going on. To end the news, Lamine Yamal is set to take over Lionel Messi's legendary number 10 t-shirt at Barcelona after signing a groundbreaking contract this summer. The 17-year-old is reportedly poised and set to sign a long-term deal when he turns 18 this July, with Barcelona targeting and triggering a historic clause that includes a staggering €1 billion release clause, reflecting the club's belief in his priceless value and potential. According to reports, the new contract will also see Yamal on the iconic number 10 jersey starting a 2025/2026 session, taking over from current holder Ansu Fati, whose future at the club remains uncertain. That was it for the news this morning at BDTV Breakfast News. I am Onyeka Valentine. Up next, newspaper review. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880. It's now like 15,000. 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for Adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some Adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. This gathering also includes a number of prominent figures and delegates from leading global and regional financial institutions. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's forum will be held under the highly significant theme, Shaping the Future, Financial Markets Infrastructure as a Catalyst for Transformation Economies. This theme reflects our deepest awareness of the rapid transformation taking place in the global economy and the role played by the financial market infrastructures in enabling economies and adopt innovative and achieve inclusive growth.
I'm speaking on the subject, which was, I think, picked by Jalo, Africa and the Middle East repositioning in a rapidly evolving global economy. Historically, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean have served as vital trade routes linking the Middle East and Africa and enhancing both cultural exchange and economic interdependence. Indeed, actually, if I recall as a young student, primary and secondary student, my notion and understanding of trade was not trade between Nigeria, Africa, and the West, but actually trade between Nigeria and Africa and the Middle East. And the trade routes and the romance and the vibrancy and our understanding of how money was created, how wealth was built, was actually along the lines and the corridors of Africa and the Middle East. And so the case for cooperation is very compelling. We share the same challenges: security, food security, energy transition, infrastructure development. But however, together, I think we will be much more effective in addressing these challenges than on our own. And so by leveraging our complementary strengths and collaborating on the fact that we share challenges and therefore we have mutual interests, we can not only balance uni and bipolar influences, but also advocate for probably a more multipolar, more even, more balanced world. By pooling our resources and pooling our diplomatic efforts, I heard the Egyptian ambassador here, our regions can exert much more influence globally on decision making. And so 32 countries comprising 44 members and associates have united under the AMIDA banner, driven by a singular mission to enhance the safety, to enhance the efficiency, to enhance the performance of our capital markets. Well done. I want to demystify the subject of market infrastructure, the subject of what a CSD is for others. Who are others? The media, policymakers, market intermediaries, and so on. Because yours is a very technical function. And yes, it has fundamental important impact. But if you ask most people, why is a CSD important? Most people who actually have the power to do the things that will make a CSD relevant and important, either in our markets or they don't know. So today, your mission has never been more critical. Geopolitical realignments are reshaping global trade routes. Digital disruption is transforming the rules of settlement and custody, and capital is increasingly mobile and is seeking out the most robust and innovative platforms where it can work. So in this context, countries and businesses across Africa and the Middle East face both unprecedented challenges an extraordinary opportunity.
As a matter of fact, we finally made it, and we are here today in Lagos, and we met almost on the first day to our main objectives. We've seen lots of collaborations among the members, but let's not forget that we are Lagos in Nigeria. There are lots of potential interest. We've seen and learned from NGX, which is a stock exchange, national stock exchange, and also we learned from CSCS about the latest technologies, about the latest development have been made. So most of the members already entered into agreements, collaboration, exchange of knowledge, and today we think we will go back again to our countries and learn from this event, which is very important, and also the latest developments and achievements have been done in Nigeria, particularly on policymakers, regulations, marketplace, and as well as the clearinghouse, which is CSCS. Last but not least, we have also seen how the broker also interact in the market yesterday and today. We have also met few market participants. So yes, we'll go back and we learn a lot from what's happening in this area, particularly in Nigeria. So let's not forget that the more than 40 members among Africa and Middle East with a market, a huge number of market cap. So we've discussed internally on the cross-border transaction we have done among more than 10 members. We came up with a platform that is accessible by any members who enter to this. So today, let's say an investor in Nigeria who has a market setup with one of the local brokers, if they are interested in trading in any market across the African Middle East Association, they don't have to have a local access. So they can use the local broker to access any market, trade, settle, and that's it. So this was the main objective, and this was one of the dreams that we have ever thought of. And today it's up and running, and we are growing as we started with 2 markets. Today we are 10, so we are announcing as we go.
I think one of the biggest challenges is around user education. Investing places a lot of responsibility on the part of investor to know what they are doing. Whether you have financial advisors or not, you still at an individual level need to understand what you're doing. So I think there's a lot of work that we can do around education. I also think there's a lot we can do around providing more investment opportunities to people that need them. There's a lot of asset classes and instruments that exist in the world today, and there's often a mismatch both in terms of accessibility and the education on how to use that to people that it can maybe benefit the most. Some of the work that we're doing in Bamboo is trying to bridge that gap. We invest a lot in education, providing tools, resources on demand, in person, trying to show people and teach them the fundamentals of investing responsibly, the fundamentals of making smart financial decisions for yourself, and also by providing our app that's essentially free and easy to use, trying to create as many asset classes as possible for people across markets. So today we are in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, giving opportunities to, about 1 million people on the platform today.
Many challenges, but if I would identify a few, we talk about old equipment, sometimes dated 15 to 20 years old, okay? We also have the problem of AI adoption. A lot of financial institutions struggle to adopt AI, and it's usually the result of poor API and data quality. We also have the issues of, costly regulatory complexities, and this is usually makes the struggle for cross-border settlement to happen, and it also struggles innovation. So these are the few that we can identify in terms of challenges faced by the financial institution in Africa.
The capital market has been an engine for economic growth and prosperity for a lot of countries because it provides you a platform to crowdfund, to raise capital at a level that is unmatched. Because if you think about it, if you're trying to raise 1 billion naira and you're having to go to individuals to fundraise, that's a lot more tedious work than if you go to a platform and be able to raise money from people who have not even met you before, but they are putting money based on what. And the government is doing a lot in that regard. Mr. President, one of the Mr. President's key interventions in this that is crucial to this space is the laying of 96,000 of broadband infrastructure across the country. What that means is that you can be in the middle of anywhere in Nigeria and be able to access internet because a company now can now ride on the trunk infrastructure that have been invested in building a mast or extending the network to far off places so people can now connect no matter where they are. I mean, look at what mobile phone did initially in bringing people who were in the hinterland and the villages and being able to connect them.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and we are set to see what we have on the front pages of the dailies this morning. And of course, I'm doing it alongside Valentine Onyeka this morning. We'll be starting off with the Punch paper this morning. The big story in the Punch paper this morning says, fresh $24 billion borrowing may balloon Nigeria's debt to 183 trillion naira. NAS set to approve Tinubu's loan request, and foreign debt nears $70 billion. Economists worry over high debt servicing. There's also a story here on the top right-hand side of the Punch paper. It says, PDP neck under pressure as INEC validates Wike-backed secretary. And then page 7 says, NFIU probes 48 billion naira suspicious transfers to Dubai and Hong Kong. And there's also something like a release there celebrating 2 years of leadership and progress. And then this is sort of like it's a congratulatory message to the president. But let's start with the borrowing, talking about Nigeria's debt being likely to balloon to 183 trillion naira. We're going from billions to trillions now.
Let's be honest. If you look at it closely, you see that they say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? And there's this saying that, look, there is no way that there will be smoke without fire. Let us track back to history. This issue of borrowing, it didn't just start today. We're talking about before we even had independence, right? Nigeria, one way or the other, we don't know who has done this to us, but with all the natural resources we did have before we discovered oil, that's agriculture and all that stuff, we started borrowing money from the early 50s. And so if there is a hook on this thing, doesn't mean that a particular nation somewhere doesn't want Nigeria to succeed. Think about it. Just recently.
What nation is that?
Let's be honest. Our colonial masters.
Okay.
Because truth be told, if we're big on agriculture at that time, and we're big at other stuff that would generate a huge amount of money, we didn't need to borrow money. But when they want to control you, they force you to borrow money. They create things that will make the economy need you to borrow money. So let's come straight down to our present day. Recently we heard some amount of money was cleared and we're almost kind of debt free. But all of a sudden, we're not hearing that we need to borrow more money again. So was that like a soft landing to prepare
us for the bigger borrowing ahead?
Sometimes they say again, they say you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. Isn't it so? So what is happening here is the wool being pulled over our eyes. Was the idea of we're trying to pay that particular debt to prepare us for the bigger bomber? All these questions. If you ask me, who I go ask? But again, let's be honest. Do we need the money? Like Mohammed rightly said when he was here yesterday, he said, look, if the money is going to be used to achieve great stuff, and we will see the dividends of the money, we will see the effect of the borrowing. Truth be told, we're not unique to borrowing. We're not the only country that borrows.
Absolutely.
Right? So now I'm looking at it from the other flip side now. Speaking about the negative part and the history. Right. Let's look at the benefit that it might bring. If the money is going to be put into the right infrastructure, right? We're talking about roads. There are a lot of uncompleted projects, right? If the money is going to be put into our power sector, because I know there's a story that talks about power sector still having problems. If the money is going to be put into, things that we know it will work, and not worry about social security, worry about potholes in our roads, worry about epileptic power supply, worry about all those things that ordinarily we should have to empower us and empower individuals to become better entrepreneurs. If those things will be done with this money, let's go ahead. After all, borrowing starts today. The United States is also owing money too. But the good side is that they print money.
So, but we also print money, don't we?
In Nigeria. Question mark.
But this story, the economists, the writer says economists worry over high debt servicing, and I think they have cause to worry because if we have to continuously service debt, all these loans here and there, then how does the country actually gain some sort of balance? You know, and it's an actually huge.
It's a huge amount
It's a
of money.
huge concern, right, for people.
If you look at it, I mean, it says we are heading towards 183 trillion naira. It's not a joke. In 1980s, when you hear trillion, you almost like it never does exist.
Yes.
It sounds as if this is a myth. It will never happen. At that time, I can't remember what our economic status was at the time, but I don't think our budget put together and the whole money we wanted to spend in a year in the 80s ever touched 1 trillion naira. And now we're looking at debt. Not even we have this money, we want to use it to benefit Nigerians.
Debt,
we're talking about debt.
We're talking about debt.
And this debt has given birth to children, grandchildren, because you must pay, you must service the loan.
Absolutely.
And so, are we in a bigger mess than we were last 2 years, since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 2 years in office is around the corner? You know.
I'm curious to know more about this story on page 7. It says NFIE probes 48 billion naira suspicious transfers to Dubai and Hong Kong. And that story continues on page 7 of the Punch paper. So it says that the NFIE, which is Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, has raised alarm over an alarming surge in suspicious financial transactions from Nigeria to Dubai and Hong Kong. So precisely those two jurisdictions it describes as emerging global hotspots for illicit financial flows. So this is from a report that was released in May 2025 and obtained by a Punch correspondent on Tuesday. So it's raising some sort of some alarm about these suspicious transfers, because and now it's important to note that they said that these two jurisdictions have been described as emerging global hotspots for illicit financial flows. So it will be, it's really important. So the report noted a disturbing trend, a steady and significant rise in suspicious financial activity to both destinations. In 2021, only 2 STRs valued at 42 million were reported. By 2024, that number had soared to 202 STRs with a combination of 32 billion naira. And the NFI has attributed this trend to a mix of loopholes and complex regulatory loopholes. But I think they need to really look into these transactions.
Elizabeth, let's be honest with this whole thing. Look at it clearly. You will see that, like they say, we are not governor or governors of the CBN. The governor of CBN is there, Cardoso. My question is this: money leaves trails. Money is like a snail. Wherever it goes, it leaves trails, isn't it so?
Of course.
So if there's a concern about that particular issue in that story, then let us look at what's happening at the head now. Because truth be told, if money does leave trails, which it does, then which means we can track and find out why are there inconsistencies and why is it affecting that particular income, as the case may be. And if it's not, why shouldn't it be? So it's a give and take. For me, I think what is happening here is some people are trying to brush some certain issues surrounding that whole story under the carpet, but it's still coming out. It's still coming out. Again, we can only speculate and keep on asking questions. We hope people watching back home will sit back and ask themselves, when they do money transfers and all those extra, what's it called again? The tax or whatever they ask to pay levies.
Yeah, levies on top.
Sometimes you do a transaction and you see 100 naira or
charges
and they come your way, and you ask yourself a question: how do we account for these charges? It's got to a point
where many charges I can't even keep
we
track.
Don't complain anymore.
I can't even keep up, really.
So if someone is cornering the money, I will use that word so that people out there can understand. I don't want to say divert, but cornering the money, and is not properly accounted for, then they should mirror this thing and see, wait a minute, there are people who are gatekeepers in those areas. And if they're not doing what they need to do, which means they have skeletons in the cupboard. EFCC, what are you doing? Go there and go and see.
Let's talk about this story. I don't know how much you maybe perhaps want to chime in on this one. PDP NEC under pressure as INEC validates Wike-backed secretary. I mean,
back to
conversations.
Wike again.
Wike sort of knows how to always be in the news. I mean, he's a politician that knows how to always be in the news, and I love him for that.
I think his level of being an actor in the game, right? Because I call it the game, really. After all, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy in politics.
Permanent interest.
Exactly, permanent interest. So for him to be an active player, he knows his game very well. You know, today he's fronting over something, tomorrow he's shouting over another one he's supporting another. You know, so you need to ask yourself, is it truly within AGIP? Any government in power? Even though we know where he stands. But you can never know again. After all, in light of situations, what makes it more interesting is if we get the right answers. Are we getting the right answers? Meanwhile, some certain places are being locked up because they don't want them to convene. You heard about the story yesterday. You know, I mean, he's FCT minister and all that stuff, one in charge of FCT. So, I mean, if he wants to hold you and hold you well, he can do it. So hearing that he's doing all this now, I'm not surprised. He knows how to play his game very well.
He does know how to. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see him, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see him holding positions that we couldn't have imagined, because he's actually.
Do you
like
believe him when he says he will not run 2027?
Well, I don't know. I believe him. So something about me, I believe what it is you say till you do the opposite.
And then you forgive.
And then I take it for what it is.
And you do it again.
I take it for what it is. I mean, I'll just take it for what it is.
is a two-edged sword. We know these things already. But whether he's negative or positive, that's left for our viewers to decide. But when someone's a two-edged sword, they could say yes, tomorrow it becomes no. These are just the antics and tricks of politicians.
That's not just BK. That's an average Nigerian politician.
Which is why it's not that I'm insulting him. That's just an idea.
That's just an average, except for some, which I don't want to name, who have some sort of level of integrity. But typically,
the politicians have integrity.
There's some of them that I know have, but I wouldn't want to name names. This one here is not a story, but it's signed by His Excellency Senator Dr. Abdulaziz Yari Abubakar from Zamfara West Senatorial District, and is celebrating 2 years of leadership and progress of President Bola Tinubu. Now, this, some people will say it's debatable, because you're saying celebrating 2 years of leadership, and it's going on to say this past 2 years have exemplified your unwavering commitment to the ideals of the renewed hope agenda, a vision that's ignited optimism and inspired collective action among Nigerians. Look, some people will read this and they will be angry,
infuriated, and just lose it.
Yes. Said your leadership has been marked by resilience, innovation, and an unyielding determination to address the multifaceted challenges facing our nation.
But again, Elizabeth, you know, our job, you and I, is to stand on the fence.
Of course.
And so we're saying, let's assuming that statement is correct, which means there are some people who you will say the 2 years so far has favored. Let us get them to the table. Let them come on the round table and tell us how it has favored them. You know, we will say, will they be comfortable or confident to say that, you know, they got those contracts or they got those appointments or whatever that is favoring them, how the economy has favored them, they got there through merit? That's what we ask them questions, really. And those people who say that, oh, the government has been bad, they've not gotten what they wanted, students are complaining this, that, get them on the round table. Let's hear, how has it affected you? Has it affected you negatively? If so, how come? We will know. Anyone can come and say anything, but is it verifiable? It is in the it is in that level of verifying things that we can now say, okay, let's draw a poll. And as journalists as we are, we will know that if we draw a poll, we can now say this over that. Truly, the 2 years so far, has it been positive or negative, good or bad? Let's wait and see. The economy before, the economy now. You know, the cost of egg before, the cost of egg now. We know how much the cost of egg is now. You know, so let's don't throw the baby and the bathwater away because the bathwater is dirty. Let's wait and see. It says 2 years. We hear that after May 29th, a lot of things might begin to change since we entered the second part of the 4-year term. Let's see.
The tenure.
Let's see.
Let's see. And while in the front page here also has another congratulatory message, well wish from another security service limited, who is saying 2 years of outstanding service and achievement. A congratulatory message to Iyelawaye of Baramatu Kingdom, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, by the chief government of Oweside Epomolo Elias Tompolo. But importantly, I think it's important to also let our audience know that we put together a report talking about 2 years so far of the Nigerian government and what President Bola Tinubu's administration has been able to achieve. Just getting unbiased, very unbiased. What's the word?
Documentary.
Unbiased documentary from the people on the streets to the people in the market. To the students. Students in
Plus
the universities.
You did a great job talking to Professor Anthony Killer.
Right, yes, and also a conversation from a professor who was able to give insight. So you should look out for that. It will be airing on the 12th of June, which is the officially Democracy Day as it is now. So it will be airing, and we'll give you our own unbiased report of the 2 years so far. This is not anything lined up with some sweet words from our own perspective. No, none of our perspective, but the perspective of the people, which is whom we stand for. Also on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper this morning, still, I think it's just like, it's more like the same thing on both front pages. So the Punch, the Vanguard, the Punch paper had fresh 24 billion naira borrowing may balloon Nigeria's debt to 183 trillion naira. And then on the Vanguard paper this morning again says it's still the same story.
Although the figure is there's a variation there. Here it says 183
trillion. There this says
180.
Yeah, so I think this one just gives a maybe. Is it just doing a what's it called?
Maybe an estimation.
An estimation. So it says debt heads for 80 trillion. So it's more like an estimation.
But there's something we're not seeing in this thing, Elizabeth. It says debt heads to this amount of money. So let's assume it's not even up to that amount. So even if it is at 170 trillion, that alone is staggering. I almost want to fall off my chair where I am right now. Because I'm thinking about it. I'm saying, wait a minute. When this show is, when we're done with this morning show right now, can I confidently say, Elizabeth is going to have great lunch and it won't break the bank? Because the more we borrow more, the more it's affecting everybody. It trickles down, affects everybody's pocket one way or the other. Things become more expensive.
Things are tripling. The prices of goods are tripling.
How much the plate of decent meal right now? And so, even if you can afford it, let's be honest, and you say, 5,000 naira, because believe it or not, the more we borrow, right, the more our economy and our money devalues, isn't it so? So the more cost of things get higher. So it falls down to the common man, and we are common people, right? So how much the plate of food? Say 5,000 you spend. Can you do that morning, afternoon, and evening? Let's be honest. So if it's not hitting home directly, then what will? Again, if you ask us, who we go?
Who we go ask?
There we go.
Look, the prices of things right now, you can't smile when you're thinking about the price of which you're buying things that you used to buy even 2 years ago, even a year ago. So we did a report. BusinessDay did a report, which maybe our audience should look for on our website. They did a report where they had, highlighted the price of certain goods about 2 years ago, a year ago, just looking at the years back and looking at 2025, and your jaw will literally drop because the prices have soared,
balloon beyond
to
our
extent
imagination,
which you would have never imagined.
Most definitely. And
it's shocking because you think about these things, you would have, if I was to imagine in my room, in my living room, I would have thought that those amounts that we're looking at in 2025 would be an amount I'll be thinking, maybe 2036. But thinking about how things just change from last year to this year, how much am I paying for power supply now? I don't. That happens to be my biggest expense right now.
I was going to say, let's assume you drive yourself every now and then. What about gas? I'm talking about fuel. Now, yes, we see fuel going up and down as the case may be. Today is this, today is that. I wouldn't say thanks or no thanks to Dangote refinery. I wouldn't say that. But again, with the variation, the more, I think, because everything is triggered by the cost of fuel, really. The more there's inconsistency in the cost of fuel, right? Because what's it called again? Subsidy has been removed. Hence, the reason why they are borrowing more money. So the more the cost of fuel is dilly-dallying, the more we will see cost of living dilly-dallying, going up and down, so inconsistent. And
you don't want to know how much I spend on Uber every day.
I can only
it's
imagine.
Better to be driving at this, like, it's actually better. Even my Uber drivers always empathize with me every day, because when they think about the amount, because typically some people could even make use of it too.
And this is it's hitting home right now.
It's hitting home.
So
I don't want to think about it. It's frustrating.
Presenting the show or talking about it is hitting us.
It's hitting home. So we're not talking from maybe like a privileged position. No, it's not none of that.
They say even the rich also cry. Yeah. I can assure you, the people who can afford it obviously have hired some people. So when you look at, I cannot, this guy's money I'm paying him, or my driver, or whoever I'm paying money, is no more sustainable. Which means that if they don't review the salaries of those working for them, they will steal from them. Why do you think you have a lot, the most theft recorded in households are attributed and mirrored down, and you have them fingering either the person who is the maid, or you put fingers pointing at the person who's the security guard. There's fingers being pointed at someone within the household. Why? Because the money you pay them is not sustainable. And so the more Nigeria keeps on borrowing money, we keep on being inconsistent with the economy, it will trickle down to the average man. And human nature, let's be honest, human nature goes this way. In a bid to survive, right, all morals are thrown outside the window. And so if, for instance, the person who is your housemaid or house help has the amount of money, right, for the day to spend to upkeep for the house, right, she will want to do her own structural adjustment to save some money, right? So whether or not you like it, as Oga that you are, she's also cheating and stealing from you because she has no choice.
She is.
She has to go back home. She has to pay transportation, which obviously is also going high because drivers of commercial drivers are also buying fuel. So you see, whether or not we like it, there is no escaping from this thing. What goes around will come around. And if you make life difficult for the people who are at that level, the ground level, they make life difficult for you. Why? Believe it or not, no matter the amount of security that you have guiding your house, the people who are with you, your cook, your driver, your PA, if they are not well taken care of, they will steal from you and they will give you up.
They will.
Let's
talk about what we have on the Business Day newspaper this morning. This is the BDTV Breakfast Show. And of course, we have to see what we have on our own front page, which is excellent. So this says, we've been having a series from Monday talking about the Nigeria's power paradox. So highlighting the energy sector. So this is from that series. It says power cuts deem Nigeria's biggest asset. Which is really, really say Africa's giants stuck in darkness as neighbors light up.
You see, isn't this ironic?
Africa's giant in quotes now.
And you see what for me, why is that almost making me want to drop a tear? Is that when it comes to things that are not working, they remind us that we're Africa's giants. Have you seen that? You see, but when we're doing great stuff, they wouldn't say, "Oh, okay, this, that." But let's be honest. Let's just be neutral in this matter. African's giant, right? Cries why? How does it go again?
Africa's giant stuck in darkness as neighbors light up. So
Fantastic.
Our neighbors, Ghana and
they have light.
They have light. But we the giants.
And let's be
stuck
honest.
In darkness.
This is exactly how foreigners see us. This is exactly how neighboring countries see us. Because they don't understand it. How can you say that you are the one that brings electricity to us, and yet you cannot give your own citizens guarantee 24 hours power supply? This has moved, let's be honest, this has moved away from power distribution and generation. Is now within the idea of direct and deliberate sabotage. This is almost 4 decades of up NEPA. Oh, down NEPA. It was so bad. They said, let us change the name and see whether we can rebrand it. They rebranded it. Of course, you can't say up PHCN
no,
or
it's
down
still
PHCN.
up NEPA one. The first thing in the first ever thing in
Do
Nigeria
you know what I'm
always
saying?
sticks.
Why is it like that? It has not become like a ballad where, oh, people who were kids like 10 years ago, they grew up with that, becomes a story. You know how many songs attributed to this?
And there's a really sad story here. So because this entire series is also trying to capture people's lives. It says Martins Ifije, so probably a decoy name, not that was just 10 when his mother Norma bled to death in their rural home in Enugu State while trying to give birth with no nearby hospital equipped to save her life. And these are some of the things that happens on a day-to-day basis Nigerians have to face. When you talk about the energy sector, power sector, you think about how they impact people's lives. You think about how many nights ago I slept really poorly because of electrical issues.
How would your mental well-being be
and
the next
all
morning?
of these things affect you, and this is just maybe a one-off thing. Some people have to go through these things every day. It's also important, maybe on the good side, to talk about this story. It says Nigeria launches first ever flare gas digital infrastructure project. So this is looking like a major step forward.
Let's be honest. So a major step forward. How long has it taken us to actually get here? Why has it taken us this long? That's a big question. I don't give them credit for that. I don't say, okay, pass mark. No.
It's not even starting immediately. You know how this project, it's something that at least, it's maybe something to just hope on.
Well, I mean, like they say, renewed hope is what this.
Yeah. So this
so
is
let's keep on hoping.
And then there's another story. It says cash ditch that 72 million naira transferred every second. So people are moving to cashless, very very much cashless society now. Well, I don't think so, because the POS booths are everywhere.
So have you noticed that most people these days seldomly visit ATMs? They just go straight to the POS.
Long queues, and sometimes
apart from the network.
There's network.
So why is it that when you use the POS, right, and then you get the cash immediately, 90% of the time, the network is hardly affected, so you get the cash. But when you go and use the ATM, either tells you there's no cash, or there's an error, or whatever it is, or it doesn't recognize your card or something. Is there a deliberate act to frustrate the bank's own way of giving you money, to move you to the POS so that they can get more money?
I don't even know if I would say frustrate, but I also know that the banks, they've been, people will have some sort of, what do they call those,
because they're making more money,
that the banks are also benefiting from these things,
right? Because
the banks also, now the POS, most of the POS operators, they get this money from the bank. So there's stories about the insiders in the banks, the bank staff also making some sort of money from this thing. So it's also people also devising means to also survive. So people in the bank have to deal with money every day, but they don't have money. So they've seen this as some sort of business venture for them to also, now you see the banks are not working, but the same banks are the ones providing money for the POS operators, and then we can get money from the POS operators. So the country is continuously going in a very...
We pray that we don't tank one day and find ourselves in the position where we now have to go answer to some... let me just call it out. We pray we don't have to go, be on the spotlight one day where they will ask us, what's happening in your country is a genocide. Hold on. Let's show you the clip on video and embarrass our leader. That's the way the South African leader was embarrassed. We pray we don't get to that point.
We pray we don't get to that
because the way things are going, right? They say we are giant of Africa. It will be so appalled, put this way, so disgraceful if truly we fall that height. We're going to fall. And if we fall, it's going to be bad. But we pray we don't.
We pray we don't. We're a very religious country. But that's as much as we can take on the Business Day paper this morning. Truly, truly interesting stories. Right. I'm not sure we can take our cartoon of the day today. Can we take our cartoon of the day today?
Should we? I think we
Perhaps
should.
we should see what we have
on a lighter note. Someone messaged me and said, Mr. Val, your mouth is too sharp. Let them hear my mouth is a bit blunt sometimes.
So let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today. So you see, now that's interesting.
It is interesting.
That's a cartoon image.
You see the size of the tummy sitting on
Nigeria's
flag.
And then there are bundles of cash.
It looks as if
Naira
it's foreign
everywhere.
currency.
Oh, okay. Is it foreign currency? So we have bundles anyway everywhere,
And
and
there's
then
nice margarita, if I use
just
that
by
word,
the side,
sipping
yes.
up,
And then can you see what the margarita has an umbrella? You know how we always have like the pineapple at the side of the drink or something, the pineapple or
and it
a
has
slice
a
but this one has
logo
a party's logo, which
to
we
remind
know
you of what's happening.
has a party of the APC logo. So they are sipping lovely drink, and it says, "I can hear you."
And there's something that's going on here.
At the back.
I know, apart from the back, that particular thing that looks like an umbrella, it has, there's have you seen something there? So it's representing two major, symbols: the umbrella and the color.
The umbrella and the color, yes. So the umbrella.
So we don't see a broom there. We see an umbrella, but we see a different color.
Yes, but we see a different color.
On the lighter note, right?
So maybe this is why does it have the umbrella and then the different
I'm sure
design?
I'm sure there's the message being cut across.
So I think the message is maybe talking about the defections, but then this image we see, whose image is that? Because there's also someone that it's representing. There's somebody's image. Valentine, do you know whose image?
Well, if you look hard, and the cartoonist has tried so hard to submerge the main message, which is part of the idea, so you can give our viewers something to think about. But let's move over to what's happening behind
the
background.
You see coalition, and they are peeping.
Waiting to see if they will be drafted in or be left outside, and they all have bells saying when it's going to be our turn.
They are ringing it. And then that's why the person sitting on Nigeria, sitting on the cash, sitting on everything, sipping a nice drink is saying, "I can hear you." Of course, we can see the cap. I'm not moved by whose cap that is. We know what logo that cap represents.
Anyways.
Oh, I always love to see what we have on the cartoon of the day. It's always a lovely way to end the newspaper review segment here. It was truly, truly interesting conversation, but that's where we bring it to a wrap on the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Do stay with us for the money market brief up next.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adebayo Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is, this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other states, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body, we have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After that, you use it to work. Like if you see what is there now. After painting, that is why you get all these finishings work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the time, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working hand, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest because in as our forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to mix the cane in the village. Because most of us, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are pretty interested and we are under the bridge. But see yet we are still managing this place because there is no land and we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some time ago, we wrote to we under a ministry of we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place, and after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country, so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people they are employed now from this work.
Wow.
We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are not trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen? What makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could see that one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything, yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we'll cut it. I think we brought it to book. Based on the online markets, and those that do the events, they are really promoting us. That's how we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by goats. We have 2 types anyway. We have rattan, we have cane, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber,
Okay.
one is cane, one is glass. It's like a leaves. So those are the 3 major things we really use here. But the best one is cane. It's from God. Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as cane, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
This
Can I?
Yes. They brought this one from like this one. This one you see now, this is rubber, but we call it rattan.
Okay.
They export this to come, and it's very expensive. It's not like cane, but it does not last as cane. When you see that, you like it. But
it's fine.
Yes, but even though we can use cane to do it, then the only thing we will now spray to this milk color. We can use cane. We can now spray to this color. And why this cane? When we started this work, when those white people that are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our cane. They take it from here, and we don't know. They begin to start to produce this long ago, and it is we that doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we learn work from them, but we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will learn work from you, and that's why we take over the business.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to the Business Day Future of Payment Conference 2025.
The Business Day Future of Payments Conference 2025 brought together fintech experts at the 4 Points by Sheraton in Lagos, Nigeria on the 30th of April. The conference themed Fintech Evolution, Contactless Payments as the gateway to seamless transactions, had many stakeholders and professionals present during the occasion. The welcome address was delivered by Zebulon Agommo, BD Sunday editor, on behalf of the publisher Mr. Frank Ibogun.
Today's theme, Fintech Evolution, Contactless Payments are the gateway to seamless transactions, speaks directly to the shift we are witnessing in the way people and businesses move money around. From the market stores in Lagos to global e-commerce platforms, the demand for speed, safety, and simplicity is driving innovation like never before.
In the keynote address, Mr. Ugo Obasi, Executive Director at Afrigo, spoke on the history and evolution of contactless payments and its aim to strengthen the financial sector and economic growth.
Fraud has become a major concern globally. In our domestic market, lack of authentication for smaller transactions in contactless payments could raise additional concerns for users. So we hear stories of, when I tap my card on a machine, or somebody takes your card, or even you pass, and a reader or a device with a reader can take your money even in your pockets. So some of those things are myths that we have to address.
The Managing Director and CEO of RedTech Limited, Mr. Emmanuel Ojo, gave a presentation on future of payments and the changing role of technology in driving innovation.
There are predictions that in the continent, by year 2030, the growth of young Africans would have increased by 42%. And predictions have it that by year 2100, the growth would have increased by 181%. The reality is that digital payments are mostly powered by younger folks, because younger folks are more inquisitive and they have the tendency to like to drive innovation. So we believe that in the continent will significantly benefit from the youths going forward.
The program moved to a panel discussion on the next evolution of digital payments and contactless payments, with opportunities for questions and answers from the fintech experts.
Nigeria is a very peculiar market. Our current demographics, about 18 to 45, about 70% of our population lie between the ages of 18 and 45 years. So what that means is you're going to see a significant adoption of new and emerging technologies in this market, perhaps even more than any other market you look at in the Africa region, right? Look at what's happening in crypto. Nigeria is the number 2 market globally, not in Africa, right? Globally, as it pertains with crypto adoption and utilizing it for payments, only second to India, more than other Western nations and all of that. And the same thing you get, even if it were to be with autonomous vehicles or self-driving vehicles, people will tell you the same thing, that are you sure we can trust it? But I disagree. I don't think that's the issue.
In 2023, CBN has issued the guidelines for contactless payments. In 2021, I think, or 2020, CBN also released a framework for QR code acceptance and payments. So what we need from a legal perspective, which we didn't used to have in relation to in the earlier days of fintech adoption and the uprise, we have that now for contactless. So I don't think that the issues
And if you listen to Mr. Ojo's presentation and Mr. Obasi, I don't really think the issues holding us back are legal or regulatory. I think the framework is there. It's for the market participants to now use them. I must appreciate the coordinator of today, Business Day. I salute them. It's obviously a recognizable brand in the media space. And also, I must also appreciate all of the participants, particularly the representative of the MD of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, the Mr. Premier Oiwo, represented by Ugo, the speaker before me, who was able to give us the journey so far in terms of digital payments and the evolution of the digital innovation products in Nigeria. I was able to also leverage some of the information shared in his presentation to also let us know that it's a gradual progress that we're going to realize in contactless payment. Based on the persona of consumers, essentially, they tend to react to change. This is expected. So it's going to be, the progress in contactless payment is going to be gradual. As I mentioned, it might be best to look for a niche in deploying contactless payments. And that niche essentially would ensure that maximum security experience, whereby even if your credentials has been compromised as a consumer or infringed upon, your funds can still be recovered. That will boost confidence before exposing contactless to other means whereby it is of a higher risk. That would be my personal advice to the industry.
A couple of things. First is we can no longer shy away from technology. It's a must. So what we need to do is to prepare, put our hearts in order, and be able to compete and ensure that technology is enhancing human behavior, is enhancing services, and of course, it's important with business and the consumers of business. That's one. Two is that we have to realize that as a society, it as government or private sector, we need to look at how we can constantly improve the use of this technology. We can't shy away from it anymore. There's just no way we can run away. And so we have to embrace it, we have to prepare to adopt it, and we have to equip ourselves to be able to respond efficiently and effectively to the demands of technology. Those are the two things that I've taken away from here. And we are ready. The market is ready. The market is huge. And there are people here locally who are able to support the demands of this technology and the demands of service to ensure customers are receiving good experiences, and businesses are growing, and the economy is growing, and everybody is good for it.
So like I said before, collaboration, more user education is needed. More support is needed from an infrastructural point of view. And basically having events like this basically is pushing more awareness out there of what we can do and of what is expected of us to do in the ecosystem.
There've been a lot I've learned, but my major takeaway is, I've been exposed to a lot of things regarding future of payments in Nigeria. Also apparently, building a business, a startup, and I've gotten an insight that can actually add on to my own startup that will actually help me thrive in my own industry.
The event ended on a high note with closing remarks from the Business Day Sunday editor, Zebulon Agommo. Norma Obona, reporting for Business Day Television.
So this talent management conference is a strategic gathering of CEOs, HR professionals, policymakers, and wellness advocates who are committed in different ways to building a resilient, productive people, having a primary focus on ensuring the well-being of our people.
Business Day Media held its talent management conference on the 8th of April 2025. The conference brought together a spectacular corp of CEOs, top HR professionals, government policymakers, and wellness advocates committed to building resilient people-first organizations in Nigeria. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
With 74% of Nigerian employees reportedly disengaged at work and productivity losses exceeding billions of dollars annually, the urgency to rethink talent management in our organizations has never been greater. This conference serves as a vital platform to explore how aligning employee well-being with organizational goals can unlock untapped profitability and, of course, long-term competitiveness. From practical wellness initiatives to engagement-driven leadership models, this event offers actionable insights to Nigerian businesses ready to future-proof their organization's workforce.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Professor Akin Abayomi, Honorable Commissioner of the Lagos State Ministry of Health, who made emphasis on employee well-being, health, among all the critical areas of well-being.
Your health as an employee, we have to make sure that you are a healthy person and that you're in a fit state to make the contribution for which you've been engaged to do. But at the same time, we don't want the workspace to contribute negatively to your health and well-being. And so the workspace is a complex environment from the moment you leave your home till the moment you get to your office, if you are doing a physical job or if you are in a virtual space, that connectivity is important. So we look at even issues around commuting, transportation. How do you get to work? When you get to work, what is the comfort level of your work environment? What is the government doing in terms of policy around occupational health? What is the government doing about recreational spaces around your work environment? Do you have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get to work? And then you are dredging the fact that as you knock off, you're going to be spending another 2 or 3 hours commuting to get back home. So government's role is very holistic. Our job as government is to improve the livability of a system, of a city, to ensure that when you are in the space of a city, whether you're living with your family or you're working or you're commuting, that it is easy for you to be in that environment.
The conference featured informative panel sessions with an array of reputable speakers.
Wellness is encompassing. Wellness is very personal. I can't build a wellness initiative for you. You have to build it with me. And that's why we use what we call the EIP approach, employee involvement and participation. This comes with our 4 phases. And the first phase is we will have what we call the wellness risk assessment. I want to know what is about your health life, your financial disposition, what is your psychological state. And so we develop an evaluation tool that enables us to gather that data. Then we don't stop at that data, we probe further. So we come up with an holistic survey, and the survey covers the total well-being of our employees. And we ask simple questions like, do you have a best friend at work? Because it matters. The emotional state of
morning, Nigeria. Today is Wednesday, May 28th, and you're tuned into the morning market brief on BDTV. This morning, we start with some good news from the NGX. The NGX hit a new all-time high yesterday as the all-share index surged by 1.57%, closing at 111,606.22 points, basically marking a significant milestone. Essentially, what this means is that the market capitalization of the market has pushed beyond the 70 trillion naira mark. Now we have our market cap at 70.377 trillion. Essentially, what we're going to be seeing is that now we're going to be pushing for the 100 trillion naira mark. Year to date, the all-share index has appreciated by 8.43%, significant appreciation. Are we going to see the market hit 30% by the end of the year? We don't know. We are just in the middle of Q2 2025. Market depth was positive as we saw 36 gainers against 21 losers yesterday. And leading the pack of the gainers, we saw Airtel Africa up by 10%. There was a full bid on Airtel in 8 deals to push Airtel to a new share price of 2,372 naira.50. Its highest ever share price on the NGX. Basically, at this share price, Airtel is selling at a premium on the NGX compared to its other listing, the London Stock Exchange. Basically, as Airtel announced recently, Airtel announced last week that that concluded the first tranche of its $100 million share buyback. We've been seeing quite a bit of activity on that share, and yesterday we saw full bid. The market went up by just that basic action. Then we also saw Omatech Ventures go up 9.23% to a share price of 0.71 naira. Cornerstone Insurance went up by 8.63% to close at a share price of 3 naira 40 kobo. Nigerian Aviation Holdings Company, NACO, handling company, I beg your pardon, went up by 8.339% to close at 80.75 naira. Then we saw University Press Limited, the Ibadan-based printing press, up by 6.47% to close at a share price of 5 naira 10 kobo. Like I was saying about Airtel, Airtel basically led the market to over ₦1 trillion worth of gains. And if you look at the market activity, discover that market activity was not as much as what we had on Monday. We saw just a trading value of 9.87 billion naira in about 15,900 deals. On the flip side, the top decliners were Mick Nichols. Mick Nichols went down by 9.80% to close at a share price of 2 naira 21 kobo. Then we have CWG, Computer Warehouse Group, which went down 9.50% to close with a share price of 9 naira 5 kobo. Champion Breweries is still up. However, it went down 7.38% compared to where Champion Breweries started the year. We are seeing Champion Breweries at about 70% year to date. It closed yesterday with a share price of 6 naira 90 kobo. Essentially, after 2 weeks of intense gain, of massive gains in the exchange, we are seeing quite a bit of market correction with that particular stock. Red Star Express, the transport company, went down 4.62% to close with a share price of 6 naira 40 kobo. Then Jais Bank was down by 4.46% to close with a share price of 3 naira 21 kobo. Basically, trading activities were robust, however not as robust as Monday, as we saw 409.5 million shares exchanged in a trading value of 9.87 billion naira. And what were the stocks that drove activities yesterday? Custodian investment, 37.589 million shares of custodian, what around 752.11 million naira were traded. If you look at the exchange yesterday, we saw an insider buying activity as one of the board members at Custodian bought about 150 million worth of the company's shares. As we're talking about, his name is Mr. Olakunle Adeojo, who is one of the major shareholders in the company. Then we saw Fidelity Bank, also significant trading action happened on Fidelity Bank. Because of the significant trading action that happened on Fidelity Bank, we saw what we describe as some bit of bullish action, especially the fact that the share moved from 18 naira to 18.50 kobo yesterday. Just a slight gain, but still a gain irrespective. 36.995 million shares of Fidelity Bank were traded yesterday. Then Veritas Capital Assurance also 33 million shares of Veritas Capital Assurance, totaling around 34 million naira. Zenith Bank shares also 27.432 million shares of Zenith Bank, amounting to around 1.328 billion naira. Then Access Holdings, basically Access Bank, we saw 23.693 million shares of Access Holdings with a value of 519.556 million naira. So when you look at the international market, now we're turning our gaze to the international market. There was a rally in the US market following Donald Trump's announcement to delay a 50% tariff on European goods. Basically, he's been toying with the idea, talked about it, but yesterday he announced that there was going to be a pause because the EU has now called to begin trade talks with the United States. And he paused those tariffs, he paused the announcement of those tariffs till July 9. What do we see in the market? As at 1:35 Eastern Standard Time in the US yesterday, we saw Dow Jones up by 1.58%, S&P 500 was up by 1.91%, we saw Nasdaq also up by 2.38%. This is coming weeks after we saw what was significant declines, significant sell-offs in the market. Just some few weeks ago in April, after Donald Trump announced some of his tariffs, after he announced what he described as Liberation Day, the week that followed, we saw the S&P 500 go down by almost 19%. It went down by as much as 18% day after day after day. However, we are seeing the S&P 500 now very close to its all-time high, which it achieved in February of this year, which it achieved in around February 18 of this year. Basically, this was also coupled with a positive consumer confidence report. A consumer confidence report basically depicts how basically tells about the pulse of consumers in the United States, and the report shows that consumers are confident. There's palpable confidence in the economy, essentially showing that since they have not been seeing price pressures from the tariffs, they are having no cause to worry. And all of that report led to some significant jumps in the US index. From the US, we go to Asia, where we saw basically before we go to Asia, something was said by the US trade chief, by the European Union trade chief, who said that the bloc, the European Union, the 27-member group, is trying to avoid what he describes as the mutual pain of tariffs. So they are entering into a trade talk with the United States on June 27. Nikkei 225 was up by 0.51%. It closed 0.51% up yesterday. However, in South Korea, the Kospi index was down by 0.27% to 2,637.22 points. And in China, the Hang Seng index was also up. In Hong Kong, the Hang Seng index was also up by 0.43% to 23,381.99 points. Basically, we've been seeing quite a bit of mixed reaction across the Asian market, and the same thing we saw in the European market. Basically, there was a bit of bullish action in the European market due to the fact that the United States has announced that they were commencing trade talks. However, in France, we did not see much of any market movement. It was just a flat close. We saw in the UK, the FTSE 100 saw a hike of 0.69% to close at 8,778.05 points. In France, we saw a slight dip to 7,826.79 points. And in Germany, there was a slight movement, 0.83 percentage points, to close at 24,226.49%. On the currency side, there was a slight dip in the exchange rate of the naira. In the official exchange rate, the naira declined from 1,579 naira to a dollar to 1,583 naira to a dollar. In the black market, we saw the naira move from around 1,617 naira to a dollar to 1,620. Slight dip, however, still a dip. And that's all we can take on the morning market brief on BDTV this morning. Have a lovely and wonderful investing day.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent. We see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also. And I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data very seriously. I don't know if people are willing to invest in that. That is another question again to ask. If we want to build talent, you have to be able to track this talent no matter where they are. Somebody must be able to be anywhere in Afghanistan, and you can get on an app and track whatever talent you want to track, and you can see the progress over time. So I think therein lies the dilemma we are in. Question is, are they ready to make that investment into that technology and see that they can mine data for athletes and talent, and you have this data, you can take them anywhere in the world. You have something to say, this is what their progression looks like. It's not much of a media thing per se. It's much of the administrators of the sports. You do not feel, oh, because we're a sport, media must come. You must understand that at the very core of sports is media. If your event is not being covered, you're just having fun. You are no different from somebody who's playing street football somewhere with his friends. You're just having fun. If you understand that as an administrator, now remember, the whole idea of the media is to document your events and your programs and all of the things you're doing. So there's an archive. Remember, you're not going to be there all your life. You're going to leave that seat. Someone else is going to step in. There's something they can work with. They can look at this and say, okay, this was what was done. This is the next level we need to take it into. So the issue is not media as in media. The issue is the owners of the sports. What's their drive? Where is their vision? Where are they headed? What they want to do? And that determines how they need to showcase it. So it's theirs. Media should be at every core of every sport, not necessarily a football thing. Football is football, and it would always be football. There's some great football tournament that you don't even hear of because it's not covered. So every sport must take its media arm very seriously. Social media is such a powerful platform now that you as a sport needs to look at what makes us unique, what makes us stand out, and start to tell your own story. Tell your own story in your own unique way. You don't need to have some crazy camera, expensive. No, just have a good phone. You understand? Record it creatively. Edit. You can edit on your phone now. There are apps that can help you edit easily. Edit it and start. You don't need to buy social media space. You don't need to buy Instagram. You're not paying for it. You don't need to buy TikTok. You're not paying for it. And right there, start telling your story. We've seen people who have gone viral and have had inputs, not even from different people, even from people you have no idea of. Just because they heard your story and loved your story. And they say, you know what, I want to partner with you on this one. Once you start doing that, you like it or not, mainstream media will actually, okay, we heard something is going on. They want to be part of it also. So it's all down to the sports itself. I'm quite excited. I accepted to come. I think Business Day is onto something. I don't know what it is, but in my spirit, I feel it. That I feel a sense of optimism. Because there's a dark, and everybody was saying, oh, every time we're always reporting the, negativity. Because there's a lot of it. There's just too much of it. Can't we just talk on one positivity? It's nice, but there's 200 negativities. So even if you want to push out it's just hard. I'm very positive. I always look at the cup half full. In fact, I don't look at the cup half full. I look at the fact that there's at least water in the cup to start with. You understand? Half full or not. So I feel very strongly that with what has been kickstarted here, it's the first time Business Day is, having this event. I'm sure some of the speakers who couldn't make it will see the outcome of this and regret that they didn't make it. And they will be the ones calling, when is the next one? This is early year. You can do it twice a year. You can even do it 3 times a year. Business Day, be ready for that. And people will want to be a part of this. And maybe by the time we tend to put our heads together, remember, 2 good heads, not 2 heads, 2 good heads, always better than 1. By the time we put it together, we know the problem of our sports. We know what the problems are. We just need the testicular fortitude. For those who know, they know. The testicular fortitude to face it head on and deal with it decisively. It's simple. It's really, really simple. As long as we make up our mind that, you know what, nobody should be benefiting from the decadence and the despair of the ecosystem called sports. As long as we agree on that and everybody takes it seriously, everybody will enjoy at the end of the day, because we're going to build a thriving ecosystem. And somebody can say in Harvard, let's take a look at Nigeria's sporting system. I mean, this was a system that was generating, $200, but today is a $200 billion, system. That's a joy to us. That brings pride to us. And everybody, even our unborn children, will benefit from it.
All right, so I mean, what he said is that the government should actually answer, from sports business. There's sports and then there's the business of sports. So the government should actually be actively involved in sports. But the business of sports, I mean, he thinks, that the government, should actually, hands off, from it. And being in government for like 6 years now, I also agree that, and that's why I said that the government has no business doing business. But, the responsibility of the government is to ensure that they create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And, I believe so strongly that, when they do this, we'll definitely, reap, better, rewards, from, the engagement, of sports, especially, with, the private, entities. Because, I mean, with them, there's more sustainability. With them, there's more, organization. With them, there's more, consistency in the running and the affairs of things. For a government, I mean, soldier goes, soldier comes. I mean, there's a new government, 4 years today. It could be another government entirely the next 4 years. This one that, left, who was maybe, very interested in sports, now actually the one coming might not, be interested in sports. So all the investment, every investment that has been made actually goes, south, just because of this new person doesn't have interest or feels that, oh, you know what, why are you talking about, sports when we have, agriculture, when we have agribusiness, when we have, commerce, and all, not knowing that all these things, there is a place, for each, of these sectors,
Okay,
and
so-
none is subservient over the other. Yeah, so I mean, intentionality. That's what we really need to do. Intentionality. If we want grassroots sports to actually grow, what do we need to do? We need to actually take sports and then also take the infrastructure of sports to the people. I mean, so that they have a platform that they can actually use to express this their talents. And how can there be expression of talent if you don't have like a warehouse that actually I mean holds these people together, that actually help them to groom so that they can actually soar. So I feel that I mean we should actually increase in the projects, the PPP project, the private public partnership projects in our various community. It's not what the government can do alone. So we have to bring in private investors, private entrepreneurs who will be able to see the need in that system, and the government will also ensure them the according security that will come with it, that when I put my money in this is the security I have. It's not that I put my money in so-so's administration, and by the time it comes to Tamedo's administration, my investment, they tell me that it's gone and it's nothing to so I mean those are the things that I think that we should do. We should actually see it as a continuum, a business that should actually continue irrespective of which sheriff is in town.
So I think that everywhere in the world, is really the role of government to provide an enabling environment for businesses in all sectors to thrive. But because this event is about sports and the business of it, I think that to a large extent, the Lagos State government has been at the forefront, in facilitating the development of sports in Lagos. I mean, you could think of the accelerator program for, sportsmen in grassroots communities, and then some of the initiatives even discussed at the conference. But, there's always room for improvement. And I can tell for a fact that, under the leadership of the Honorable Commissioner, working under the governor, Governor Abajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, I can tell that there's still a lot more, to be done. And I know that there are a number of projects and initiatives in the pipeline to ensure that some of the issues raised here today about the challenges that still exist in how we move sports from just being a recreational activity to now, a business, entity that could, entail a multi-billion investment and all of that are already in the pipeline. And I just think that as we have more of these conversations and we do follow-up strategy sessions on how to implement these things so that they don't just end up as panel discussions or as keynote addresses, I think that I could only get better from here. Okay, so like I mentioned, so there's what is called the Lagos State, Sport Accelerator Program for young people in grassroots communities. And the initiative is domiciled in the Lagos State Sports Commission. And the whole idea is just to see how, to enable sportsmen and, sportswomen, especially those in their prime in secondary school and those who are just approaching tertiary institutions, on how to really understand the business side of sports. And it also provides, an opportunity for key players in the sports business value chain to also come together, ideate and implement the future of sport. So what I mean is that for organizations, who are facilitating programs like the Lagos City Marathon, I mean, they were here at the conference and they shared their views. There's room for so many more of them to come in and complement what government is doing. To be honest with you, government will not be able to solve all the problems, but it's up to government, to provide the enabling environment. So, and I know that also beyond that, there's what is called, the Lagos State Sports Academy, for young people, also in grassroots communities, so that, as we look at those who have approached stardom, those who have made it now, we have others who are in the pipeline too, who are also getting trained and, accessing resources and other initiatives that they need to benefit from to also emerge.
The starting point is that it's good to protect your IP. It's good to protect your image rights. When you protect your image rights, then it puts you in a better pedestal. You then find out that you're able to even make more money for yourself. This is an area where most sportsmen have not updated their minds to. And given the advent of data privacy in Nigeria today, it's one area that individual sportsmen should begin to look at and invest in a lot. So IP rights, IP protection, it's key, and it's a new way to go going forward. Well, the truth of the matter is that you can't really prevent contract breaches. What you can do is that you can actually have a robust contract that adequately protects your interests. And so my one advice is really for sportsmen and women to always carry, as you know that you need an agent, always carry a lawyer along and let that lawyer, review your contracts and make sure that those contracts adequately protect you. The things that you would not see as a layman, it's most likely that your lawyer will see those things and then let you know that X and Y clause should not be inserted in your contracts. But you find that most time because you don't want to pay a lawyer, you go it yourself. And it's when the chips are down, you then come running to a lawyer for protection. So government has no business in sports. The government's business is in creating infrastructure. So build stadia, create infrastructure, create opportunities, but don't be the ones managing or running sports. So all the clubs that the governments are running today, I think it's not proper, it's not nice.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we're exploring the exit of big firms from the national grid and its effect on households. Nigeria's power grid is losing its biggest customers, who are also its financial lifeline. From cement giants to industrial estates, high-volume electricity users are unplugging from the national grid and generating their own power, leaving behind a fragile system increasingly propped up by overburdened residential consumers. As factories hum with privately generated electricity, households are left in the dark, literally and financially, paying more for less reliable power. The question is, as more firms exit the grid, will it ultimately collapse, or can the poor Nigerian household sustain the grid? Well, to discuss this and so much more, we're being joined by Dipo Oladende, the head of BusinessDay's Energy Desk. Welcome to the show, Dipo.
Hi, good, Elizabeth. Good morning, and thanks for having me.
Good to see you today. Hope you're not being impacted in any way by the cold and the rainy.
No. The president is in town, and so everywhere is heated up already. So.
No, it's not. I don't think so. I think for me, it makes it even all the more cold because the traffic you have to face these days, and then just the grids. Yeah, the gridlock here and there because of just his presence in town for the next 1 week is just making me.
Yeah, but you could smell a lot of people are in town.
Yeah,
once
there's
the president
that.
is in town,
There's
everywhere
that.
is down. So everywhere is buzzling, and hopefully we'll get to feel it as well.
Feel the impact positively. But let's talk about the impact that the exit of large manufacturers from the national grid have on the financial sustainability of Nigeria's electricity distribution companies.
So if you look at the national grid is usually constructed in a way for three major customers. We have the households, we have the commercial users, and then we have the industrial users. Now, of these three, the most or the biggest of them are the industrial users. These are large firms, big conglomerates that are heavy energy users. Now there is the commercial users. The commercial users are perhaps the headquarters of big firms, corporate offices, offices with about 100 to 500 employees. And then there's the households. Households are families of 5, family of 10. Now, the grid is constructed in a way that for it to be financially viable, you need all of these three classes of electricity customers on the grid. You need the households on the grid, you need the commercial users on the grid, and you need the industrial users on the grid. Now, I'll give you reasons why you need the three. Now, for the industrial users, because these are heavy energy consumers, they are more of, they buy in bulk, right? So if a industrial user like let me give an instance, a Dangote cement, for instance, is connected to the national grid, you are guaranteed that within a certain period to another period, this set of electricity customer will be paying for the services of being connected to the grid. So that gives you enough confidence for you to go to the bank and say, you know what, I need to build IPP in Agbara, or I need to build IPP in Lekki. Why? Because Dangote cement is in Lekki. And so because Dangote cement is in Lekki, because this big energy consumer is in Lekki, I'm sure that I can get my money back at a certain period of time. So that's a good thing. So what we need is we need big energy users like industrial users like the Dangote cements, the manufacturers to be on the grid, because they would cover like 50% of whatever cost component that involves in providing this power. And then you need the commercial users. Now, the commercial users are people who are powering their corporate head offices and the rest of it. Why? Because, again, people have always said that you can know how industrialized the country is by the level of energy consumption in that country. So you need all these companies to consume your energy. And then, of course, you need the households as well. But the scenario we find ourselves in Nigeria is people who should cover like 70% or 80% of the cost component of providing electricity are off the grid. And so because they are off the grid, the households they are the only one on the grid.
Wow.
And so because they are the only one on the grid, they are left. So if the DISCOs is reviewing or NEC decides to review electricity tariff, you can't bill the the commercial users, you can't build the industrial users because they are not even on your grid. And so the households are the mercy of. And then when you look at it, how much power can an household really consume, really, compared to the commercial or the industrial users? The max most household probably heater, water heaters, air conditioners, and majority of people are already trying to economize how they use their energy resources already. So most people are turning off their ACs, most people are turning off their heaters just to curtail costs and reduce. So if households are not consuming the power, then how are you going to run the grid on a sustainable model? So that's where we find ourselves. That's why households are paying more. That's why the band electricity tariff, the government is saying, no, we can't continue to bear the subsidy burden. We need to keep increasing electricity tariff, and electricity tariff will keep going up until we are able to get the large energy consumers back on grid. So once you get these energy consumers back on grid, you reduce the pressure on the households, and then you create a sustainable model that can efficiently run the grid for as long as you want. So that's where we are now.
Oh, well, interesting. So how will this shift actually affect electricity tariffs? I mean, and power availability for small businesses, residential users who are still reliant on this grid?
So this is it. I mean, even for household and residents, a lot of them who are on the grid also have alternatives. So they have solar, they have mini generators, they have all sorts. So the point is, at some point, we won't have enough people on the grid. And so because we don't have enough people on the grid, at some point, the tariff will continually go up. And once people realize that, look, this tariff is getting too much, you know what, let me go off the grid completely. So what I'm trying to say in essence is the same thing that happened to residential, to industrial and commercial users, the same reasons why industrial and commercial users exited the national grid. We'll start seeing households also move away from the national grid. Already, the Aso Rock is already talking about even moving away from the national grid in the first place. So if the government, the federal government at the apex level is thinking of moving off the national grid, then households will start saying, when I calculate the cost of being on band A and the cost of solar, if the cost of solar is cheaper, why am I on the grid? So the point is, a lot of households will start looking at the energy cost and say, look, what's the benefit of staying on the grid? If it's not sustainable, then let me be off the grid. And so the moment you don't have enough customers on the grid, what you are saying is you don't have enough industrialized activities going on. So there's not enough incentive for anybody to come into your country to come and do business, because they'll look at it and say, look, why am I coming to a country where less than 80% of the country's population are off the grid? It means I have to provide for my own power. And remember, you are competing in a global economy where other African countries are getting close to 80% energy access. You see a country like Cote d'Ivoire already achieving 92% energy access. You see Ethiopia, you see Kenya, you see a lot of Rwanda. You see a lot of other African countries getting up to 80% energy access, increasing electricity to rural areas. And while we can't seem to have a sustainable model to put everybody together because of the rising costs. So what I see in the nearest future is, if people are not sure of supply, then they'll move off the grid and provide their own power in one little way they can. Again, let's not forget that the grid power is still the cheapest source of electricity. But if it's not reliable, which is the primary reason why businesses are leaving, because a lot of business need consistency. And because they need to break profits, they need to make profits, they need to break even. The moment it's not reliable, they are off. So for households, if it's not reliable as well, or if households cannot get steady power supply, then they will be tempted to move off grid and probably move to generator, move to solar, or move to any other means or conveniences that would allow them provide or electrify their households. And which is why the World Bank has always complained that, look, we need to improve energy access in Nigeria. A lot of people have argued that to solve poverty in Nigeria, you need to fix energy poverty. You need to fix the fact that a lot of people still don't have access to consistent or stable power supply. And so until we fix that, it's difficult to get a lot of people out of poverty if they don't have energy. Because when you look at most SMEs in Nigeria, the biggest line item for them is energy costs. So at BusinessDay, at some point, we did a research where we looked at the cost component of most businesses, and we discovered that energy cost is more like the biggest line items, not just SMEs facing the banks, those in the cement business, those in the fast-moving consumer goods business as well. So we need to fix everything we are doing regarding energy costs, and then we need to make sure that we prioritize everything to make sure that this grid is not only back and running, but we need to make sure that the national grid is built in a sustainable way that can power everyone. And until we get to that bridge, I really think we'll keep running in circles. The neck will keep coming up, the minister will keep coming up with all sort of excuses, and you know, Nigerians, we can be very impatient, especially when it comes to electricity. So most people want results, and they'll do whatever it takes to get that result.
So let's talk about energy inequality now. Nigeria is a country where there is inequality gap across different levels. You talk about poverty, you talk about all sort of things, and now we're talking about energy inequality. Do you think that this will widen the gap between the large funded companies and the small businesses, with people that the ones that can afford to power alternative sources, and the ones that can only rely on the grid?
Yes, of course, because what that means is if you are setting up a business in Nigeria now, you need to, before you think about expanding growth, you need to think about sustainable energy. That will be your number one priority, because without energy, imagine showing up and you look at even the building we are on now, we can't have this show if there's no energy, if we don't have power. So that's it. So power is like oxygen to business. Businesses without power, you are like stifling oxygen away from them. So what that means is, for any company to expand, they will ask themselves, even if I'm expanding, can I provide energy for the new places I want to expand to? So what that means is, rather than think about, remember, we are in a global world. So the world is, we are having companies or countries having conversations about artificial intelligence. We are having conversations about a robotic world we live in. If you look at the oil and gas, even the global oil and gas companies are already talking about, can we have robots drill energy or drill oil in areas where we can't penetrate? But in Nigeria, we are still stuck in providing energy access, which seems to be like a conversation that was held in the 1980s, 1990s era.
And we're still having it today.
We are still having it in 2025. So the point I'm trying to make is, we need to move away from these sort of conversations. But companies cannot grow. You can't attract the right companies. So if, for instance, the biggest company, the biggest tire manufacturer in the world wants to come and set up in Nigeria, one of the biggest questions they'll be asking themselves is energy costs. How sustainable is it for me to be powering my energy and expanding my business? So one has to give way. You can't, and then it's going to be a big hustle. If you look at companies in Nigeria, there are companies in Nigeria whose energy bill is as high as 1.2 million a month, 1.5 million, 6 million a month, incurring that on a monthly basis as energy costs. If you do the math for a year, it's really a lump sum of money that could have been used to expand the operations of that business. So what we'll see is, it will definitely have an impact on the GDP growth of any economy if there is no increased electricity access. It will have an impact on personal or per capita income. It will definitely have an interest or effect as well on the amount of economic activities that are happening in that country. So I think that's where we are now. So until we fix this, I think we'll just keep going round and round, because there is really so much to how much households can bear. So if, for instance, the government wake up and say, look, we're increasing band electricity tariff again to 300 naira per kilowatts, a lot of people will be off the grid again. You increase it to 350, more people are leaving. So the more you keep increasing the price for households, the more people are leaving the grid. So what the government should be paying attention to now is, what are the incentives? What incentives can we put in place to bring the big energy consumers back to the national grid? I give an instance. So Dangote Refinery, for instance, set up its own power plant, about a 450 megawatt power plant, to power the refinery. Imagine if we have a Dangote Refinery, a project as big as that, operating from the national grid. It means that the grid is now reliable. It means the grid is now has been able to achieve a bit of consistency, which is what everything the grid needs for it to be able to earn the trust of these big energy consumers. So what the Minister of Power needs to do is, can we put everybody in a room and say, look, what can we do to be consistent in terms of providing certain amount of electricity power for these large energy customers? So once they're on board, you are collecting more money from them. It reduces the pressure on the households who you are forced to increase their prices at different points in time.
Exactly.
And then you have energy access for all. You have people who would rather say, look, rather than me run a generator, let me be on the grid. And that's how you energize a society. That's how you increase energy to underdeveloped society in Nigeria. So that's the way forward, really.
And what does this actually say about investor confidence in Nigeria's energy sector? Also, how might this affect foreign direct investment?
Again, like I said earlier, energy is a big deal, really. Energy is like oxygen. So if you want to attract investment, which is why if you look at Nigeria, when was the last time we are seeing a project as big as a $20 billion project coming into Nigeria? It's been a while. The last one is even the Dangote refinery, which took about 10, 11 years. And that's a local guy. So it's difficult for a Chinese investor to come and set up electric vehicles in Nigeria, for instance, if we are still struggling with power. It's difficult for any company that is energy focused or any company that's consumed, because the companies which consume high amounts of energy are also known to be that employ the most amount of people at different points in time. So if we are dealing with unemployment as high as over 35 or 40 million unemployed people, depending on the statistics you are looking at, and then you are dealing with high energy deficits, it's difficult for correlation to exist. So for us to attract the big guys, we need to fix the grid, right? We need to stop paying lip services we need to move away from all these meetings upon meetings and saying, look, if other countries are getting it right, what can we do to get it right? Do we need to bring in help from other countries to come and help us fix our grid? If yes, how quickly can we do that? Because again, until we stop paying lip services to this power sector, let's not forget that since the privatization of the power sector since 2013, we've only been able to add less than 1,000 megawatts to the national grid since we privatized in 2013. Within that period, other countries have added more than that. I give an instance. South Africa was doing about 30,000 megawatts before. They've added close to 20 megawatts within the space of 5-6 years. You look at Egypt as well, they've been able to scale up to like 6,000 or 7,000 megawatts to the national grid. And we've just been able to add 1,000, considering our population again, which is about 200 million people. So what we need to do is pay attention to how can we increase generation. If we have installed capacity of about 13,000 megawatts for generation, how can we increase what we are currently doing from 5,000 to make sure that we are working at full capacity on that 13,000 first of all, and then we'll start looking at incremental sustainable way of increasing the megawatt supply to the national grid on an incremental basis. I think until we get to that bridge, or until we solve all of the bottlenecks around our local peculiar challenges, I think we'll keep going on in circles.
Vic, I have two questions in one. We're talking about how these households will have to bear the brunt of these major companies having to leave the grid. Now, do you think that these households can sustain this burden? Also, too, how cheap is it for these companies to actually get off the grid and be powering their companies on their own?
It's not cheap. Again, when you look at, there are three ways of sourcing your power. So you have the grid, there's diesel, there's petrol, there's what else? There's renewables, solar. Now, of all of these four, the cheapest is the grid. So if a company say, look, I'm moving off grid, it's not because it's cheaper to be off grid, or it's cheaper to be off grid compared to the grid. It's because off grid is more reliable compared to the grid. So they are going to a more expensive energy source. They are going to a more energy source that would probably incur them about 30% or 40% of their normal operation costs. But because it's reliable, that's why they are going there. So why would a Dangote Cement, for instance, decide to build his own 1,000 megawatts power plants? Because I know that if I build this 1,000 megawatts, I'm sure of reliable electricity, even if it's not for 24 hours, throughout my operation hours. So if I'm operating from 8 till 6 in the evening, within that time frame, I am guaranteed of steady power supply. Again, let's not forget that energy is like oxygen to businesses. Once energy is out, we are there's not because without energy we can't be having this conversation. First of all, without energy you can't keep your mobile phones even working. If you look at majority of the telcos, majority of them are incurring a lot of money on diesel, just trying to keep the max at different operations up and running, or different towers at different points in place up and running. So companies are incurring a lot of costs, and until all of these costs, if they are invested or they are up and running in our national grid, I think it will be more efficient. I think we would have a more consistent way of providing electricity. The point is, off-grid is not cheap, but it is reliable. And a lot of people would rather prefer expensive but reliable access to power than cheap and unreliable access to power. So if you ask me any day, I would always prefer, even if it's expensive, yes, I would pay, but it is reliable.
I think this is the same thing this is the same situation that we're seeing in the telecommunication sector, if you know what I mean, when it comes to data speed, when it comes to, you know, call tariff and all of that. People are opting for the one that is more reliable, even when it's more expensive. So I hear you when you say that. Let's talk about the way forward now, because we have to go. What will it take to fix this grid? Also, too, I'm going to ask you a question that this exodus from the grid, how is it going to influence government policy when it comes to energy regulation, investment, and infrastructural development? Because that's what we're going to be. That's what we wanted to see. So how will this impact? And then what does it take for us to fix this grid?
Okay, so let me start with the first question. What do we take for us to fix the grid? We need to be efficient. And we need to put square pegs in square holes. We need to get people who really, you can't get, so if I'm a brilliant banker, for instance, and I have the best brain in terms of banking, it doesn't necessarily mean I'll do well as an engineer if you put me in an engineering field. So we need to find a way to make sure that we put the right kind of people in the right places. That's one. Secondly, we need to maximize our current energy capacity. So what do I mean? We have a generating capacity of about 13 to 15,000, and we're only generating 5,000. So what that means is we have about 6 to 7,000 that is just lying idle, that is wasting away because we can't generate from those power plants. So we need to generate more. So what that means is, what can we do to scale our generation from 5,000 to the 13,000 capacity that we can do? What do we need to do? Do we need to take those assets away from the people who currently own them and hand them over to people who can efficiently manage them? That's the second thing. Thirdly, is we need to look at little things that have worked. Right? So in all of these, there are one or two things that have worked. What are those things that have worked? I give an instance. There's this project called the Azura Power Project. Now, that Azura Power Project was a project that, if replicated on a larger scale across the geopolitical zones in Nigeria, we will definitely see incremental access to the grid. Now, that power project is just a project that says that, look, there's no element of government interference. If you need power from that plant, you pay ahead. It's as simple as that. So we need to reduce the issue of legacy debt in the power sector. We need to make sure that GENCOs are paid their money as at when due. We need to remove that government interference where the government will come in and say, look, let me buy the power on behalf of the DISCO, and then you will now sell it to the DISCO on a cheaper rate. We need to solve that. We also need to fix the issue of metering as well. A lot of people have not been metered. If you look at Nigeria's electricity customer, our population have increased from about 150 million to about 200 million since the last time we did the privatization of the electricity market. Our electricity customers have not improved. We've been hovering around 11,000, 12,000 electricity customers for more than 5, 6, 7 years. Why? Because a lot of people don't have enough faith or confidence in the national grid. So we need to solve the issues of metering. We need to make sure we meter more people, so that once more people are metered, you have their data, you can easily collect your money, and then you have a more sustainable way of building the grid. And then we need to realize that we need to attract capital investments, right? The government cannot keep saying, no, I'll be investing. The government needs to create an enabling environment for businesses to run. So what are those incentives you've put in place for people to come and invest in your power sector that would attract the big energy firms all over the world to troop into your country? We need to put that kind of incentives in place, and that will be the beginning process of whatever we need to achieve. Now, concerning the second question about households, right? If If
my question was about the influence of the government right now,
okay,
policy
yes,
on
yeah,
energy
government
regulation
policies
and all of that.
Yeah, so I mean, government is doing a lot in terms of. I think a lot of mini grids are coming up in Nigeria lately, but then we need to realize that all of these things we keep talking about, they are not cheap, right? And we don't have solar now. We can put a lot of policies in place to say, oh, let's go solar, but solar is not being manufactured in Nigeria. So wherever it's coming from, your exchange rate would always be a determinant. So we need to play to our strengths, right? So what areas are our strength? We need to look at issues around hydropower. We need to have policies that would create incentives for us to look at hydropower. We need to put incentives in place that would allow more people to play greater role or greater share in Nigeria's energy sector. And so until we do that, I think we'll keep running in circles. So we need policies around energy theft. We need policies around metering. So if the disco cannot meter all of his energy customers, what happens to them? We need a policy around that. If the discos cannot fix a broken down transformer in any area, we need a policy. So what should happen to that disco? So because you are expecting more from the people in terms of energy tariffs, but you are not expecting more from the discos who are providing these services and then who are getting money in return. So we need policies that would fix all of our inefficiencies, and until we do that, we'll just keep paying lip services to whatever we are doing.
Right, and then when we fix this grid, then what happens to transmission? Do you think that government should still hold on to transmission?
Well, so the government claimed they've hands off transmission. We've heard that like multiple times, but I think implementation is still a big problem. The government have said, look, we'll break down the transmission company into 2 or 3, and then they would get their hands off and then bring private guys to work on it. Again, all of that is still at its talk level. I'm not sure we've seen actual work being done. But this is the ideal thing: is the government should be off any harm. The government should not be controlling any harm of Nigeria's power sector, either the discos or the gencos or the transmission area. What the government should be doing is to be making sure that all of these people are working efficiently. Are they meeting their targets? So if a genco has acquired a company and say, look, I acquired this, because if you look at majority of the people who got assets during the 2013 privatization, they got those assets and they are just sitting down on it. Majority of them use those assets to collect multiple loans from the bank and used for other businesses while those assets are lying idle. So the government needs to sit down and say, look, if you've acquired assets from 2013 till now, what have you done with that assets? Even if you've done, have you met 30 or 20% of the targets set for you? If not, can we do a rebidding process where these assets are, where new guys are asked to come and run all of these assets and then deliver value? Look at the genco, the discos as well. Can we revamp the discos that, okay, do all of our Nigeria discos, do some of them need new owners? We need to get new owners in place to make sure that these discos are up and running. So I think that's the major job the government or whatever regulators are put in place. The government should be off, really. And so the moment the government is off and there is no subsidy for people to corrupt from, there's no subsidy from people to put money into their back pockets, I think we would move in the right direction. Again, like I've often said, Nigeria is not the only country in the world, both in terms of petrol or in terms of energy access. If other countries are doing it right, I don't think they have 2 or 3 heads there. They have just 1 head, and it takes just commitments, and we'll get it right.
All right, thank you very much, Dikpo Oladende, the head of BusinessDay's Energy Desk, for breaking down this conversation in a way that no one else could have. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me on this. Thank you.
Well, this has been the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to the Business Day Insurance Conference. Our theme today focuses on resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry.
Business Day Media hosted the Insurance Conference 2025 on the 16th of April, bringing together leading voices from across Nigeria's insurance landscape. The conference had a strategic gathering of CEOs, regulators, policymakers, and innovators committed to reimagine the future of insurance in Nigeria. The event themed Resilience and Growth in Uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry, kicked off with a welcome address by the editor of Business Day Media Limited, Temitope Fabule, who highlighted the importance of the insurance industry as a pillar of national stability.
Penetration of insurance in Nigeria is just 1%, of the GDP per capita. But now imagine that if it grows, if it increased by just 1%, Nigeria's economy would unlock about 1.5 billion in additional economic value. So for every 1% that is unlocked in insurance, it's an additional 1.5 billion. And you can imagine if that compounds. For an economy that also is turning the corner, obviously, with new businesses rethinking investments in Nigeria, taking more risk, it means you also need to take insurance. So obviously the opportunities are there, not just the typical ones, life, your car insurance, but also a change of mindset. And of course, with the numbers that we have in Nigeria, you unlock a lot of opportunity.
Also followed was a goodwill message delivered by the Deputy Commissioner for Insurance, Finance and Administration, Mr. Ekerete Ola Gamikon. Representing the CEO of the National Insurance Commission, Mr. Olusegun Ayo Omosheyin.
So the insurance industry is the biggest industry in Nigeria. Yes, I heard when the editor said insurance is not as big as it is elsewhere in the world. That's a misconception. The insurance industry is the biggest. Why do I say that? By the time we begin to hear from the keynote address and other conversations, we'll discover it, we'll find out, we'll appreciate it. So how it works is that we secure all of the businesses that are being done in Nigeria. So when you see the value of Dangote Refinery, it's the insurance company that holds it together. When you see the BUA group, any group at all that you mention, it's the insurance industry that holds it together. Because what we call the sum insured, which you don't understand, is the value of what we secure. So why won't we be the biggest? So please, let's put our hands together for ourselves.
The keynote speaker, Dr. Chizoba Perpetua Egolu, rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management, during her address, emphasized on the need to build resilience in the face of economic uncertainty. She also talked about the versatility, strategies, challenges, opportunities, solutions, growth, and the role of stakeholders in the insurance industry.
As insurance practitioners, we have first-hand information on the impact of economic uncertainty on our clients. And we have also seen the importance of insurance in ensuring that we restore those businesses as it is. Also, if we could close our eyes in a flash and think about what will happen if there is no insurance business in Nigeria. First is that we won't be here. There will be no job for all of us, two of us. So our importance cannot be overemphasized. So I may bold to say that insurance is a recession-resistant industry. In fact, we can say that one of the synonyms of insurance could be resilience. So we are a business that have come to stay.
The conference featured 2 engaging panel sessions with reputable industry experts.
Here is an umbrella representing the insurance in Nigeria. You can see this umbrella here has power. It can cover the risk of an entire nation. But how many risk is under this umbrella? It is less than 1%. The contribution to the GDP, less than 1%. So we can have 100% under this risk, but the potential currently is 1%. It shows that we need to bring in all innovative technique to bring people under this umbrella. So amidst that, this umbrella here is shaking. Why is it shaking? Because of high inflation level in the country. There is so many things that is happening in the country, interest rate, volatility, and co. So those are the topical issues that we're going to be discussing today.
One is about the clients themselves, and one is about the insurance companies too. From the clients themselves, you have to pay insurance today for a purported unknown risk that could come up tomorrow. That point of, do we know whether your reward is going to be on earth or in heaven, is still one of those barriers, because people think that if I pay now, I don't know if I'm going to need it and I might never need it. So there's still that mindset that, will it really help me? And when you put that beside young people today, they have this you only live once mindset, right? I say, I only live once, and I'm going to put this money here. I don't know if I'm going to benefit from it, right? And when they start to think that way, and they look at, okay, what if I need it? What is the multiples I'll get? The multiples on insurance that they've put in place might not be adequate for the sort of realities that they are facing. So in the end, they will prioritize putting money on investments, putting money on even betting, yeah, because even though everybody knows that in betting you might not win, but in insurance you would always win at some point in time. But from them, they're just thinking about today. So for us,
Hello and welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to take a closer look at some of the stories that are stirring reactions online. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course joining me in the studio this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
All right.
Let's jump into this.
Let's jump into the conversation today. I know you are itching, I can tell. We begin with a report about the Southeast, which says that the region has lost 7.6 trillion naira in just 4 years, and the reason being the weekly sit-at-home order by the indigenous people of Biafra, which is IPOB. According to the report by SBM Intelligence, the sit-at-home protest, which started as a show of solidarity for IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, has now become a full-blown economic and humanitarian crisis. Now, most businesses shut down every Monday across Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo State, not necessarily out of loyalty, but out of fear. Now, SBM says the situation has caused over 776 deaths, more than 330 attacks, and deep damage to schools, markets, and jobs. this is a disastrous situation right now, because what started as a political protest has now become an economic disaster, and that's what we're seeing. It's things that happen in Nigeria.
I mean, like you say, when Nigeria happens to you, you either adjust or it will adjust you. And so you see, again, look at it from these two angles, because it has a flip side. Now, the idea why it started in the first place was for their voice to be heard, saying that their leader has been, incarcerated, or put it this way, locked up against his will. Although court proceedings has been going back and forth. Even him, Nnamdi himself, complained about, the court not doing what they needed to do and the law is not being interpreted properly. But that's on one side. Let's face this matter of sit-at-home issue. Have you ever traveled to the East?
No, I haven't.
Believe it or not, the East attracts a lot of revenue for the country, because as people know, right, it's no longer news that trade and businessmen, trade per se, is driven by predominantly Igbo people, right? The bringing of container and all that stuff. But look at the economic damage. I'll start with that. And then I also start with the fact that are there yearnings? Now, I'm not for or against anybody. I'm just speaking plainly here. It is costing the nation huge amounts of money, right? We're losing a lot of money.
Yes, because every Monday for how many years now?
But
that's a lot of
the
money.
question is, are some people allowing their egos to kick in?
How do you mean?
I will explain. The money that we're losing, right? If that money can better the lives of Nigerians, if that money can make schools be better, if that money can make insecurity almost become, bring down the level of insecurity, if that money can put into good use, then some people should have their shoulder lower than head. So it's no longer a matter of standing in for Nnamdi Kanu saying they should release him unless the work wouldn't and business wouldn't flow on Mondays. It has now moved to the point where it's now more political. Let's be honest. The political actors within these various political parties are using it as arms. Well, when I say arms, you know what I mean? As, instruments for a lot of economic issues. Let's be honest. If someone, for instance, says he wants to invest a lot of money in the East, he knows already that, look, Mondays, Abia, Anambra, and then the other states will not function based on business. Don't you think they will move those investments to other states? And so, if, for instance, I am within the governor, whatever forum that they have, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, if this money moves away from the north down to the east, is it going to favor me or not? Why not we stand with the fact that this IPOP thing or whatever it is favoring us? So, politically, let's even frustrate it even more. Or let's just give them what they want. But again, what is it being charged for? Right? Would it make the government look bad if they just simply say, okay, release him? Would they lose face? Think about all this. All this is coming into play.
Right.
And so, if we're losing money, the question is, what is causing the first place? Is it worth we losing this amount of money? Look at the index. Look at the amount of money.
It's a lot of money, but let's see some of the reactions on social media, because it's social listening, and definitely we are listening. Let's see some of the reactions making the round on social media. Of course, there's one from Igbo Lexicon. Igbo Lexicon says, Southeast Nigeria has lost $900 trillion to shut down of Eastern Economic Corridor since 1970. Nigeria is a disaster to Southeast. What of the loss of lives due to over-militarism?
That is more important to talk about.
Let's see more reactions to this conversation. Hey, Dr. Ifeanyi says Nigeria has lost, not Southeast. Then he ended there. You can tell someone that is already tired. Now this person quotes it. Dare Omo Iyalekon says, in quote, this is in quotes, it says 7.6 trillion lost is a huge blow to the people and the economy. To those behind these sit-at-home orders, please stop this madness. You are destroying lives and businesses. It's time to find peaceful solutions and let people get back to living and working. That's from Dare. Mayor, who is at OBJ3, says Southeast have lost more than double of that amount from police and army extortions. I believe so, because there are going to be people at home who, have maybe find themselves moving. I remember when I used to host a show, the morning show then, and there's a man we used to have, Chukuma Okenwa, and every morning when he has to, on Mondays when you have to have him, he said, anyway, it's good. I mean, I'm sitting at home, so then we'll have him. I can imagine having to be on the streets when that last commenter that says that Southeast would have even lost more when it comes to police, army extortion. I believe so, because they would also see this as opportunity. Oh, what are you doing on the street? Oh, yeah.
To cash in.
Yeah, they'll cash in. Yeah, you have to pay this fine. Yes. And those are the issues.
So I have an opportunity to travel during this whole sit-at-home thing. When I got to Delta State, before you cross the Niger Bridge, you could feel the tension. If you arrive there on maybe a date, say on a Sunday, you have to stay in a hotel, right? Knowing that, or better, so you're moving very quickly late at night, or even worse, if you fly in on a Monday and you're going to Anambra, say for instance, and so you stop at the Delta airport, you're forced to think that it might not be safe for you to go in at that time. But I tell you, I mean, when I visited there, I went on a Monday, and I realized that, look, will I say Nigerians or maybe we in the media, there is some level of exaggeration going on. Let's be honest. Yes, I can tell you. Because transportation, you see vehicles and commercial drivers moving freely, doing what they have to do.
So nothing happens.
That's what I'm telling you. But some major industries and some government offices might not open.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's just a lot of
something like that. So when I see the numbers saying that amount of money is being lost, I don't totally agree with the numbers. Again, like I told you, it's an opportunity for some people, some political actors to weigh in to make you think that they're losing so much money. So let us kill this idea and, push them off the street and let business come back to play. Again, are you going to listen to them and give them what they want? Is it tete-a-tete, give and take? We don't know which way is more. But I can tell you, having gone on ground on a Monday, I was able to move from Onitsha down to Oka and back again. Of course, we met some strange-looking security people who say they're working for the government. But again, even at that, nobody was really stopped saying, "Hey, don't go here."
So you don't think it's as bad as it's being painted
yes,
to be?
It's not as bad as that.
All right, let's move on to another conversation right here on the social listening segment here on BDTV Breakfast Show, where civil servants across Nigeria are getting some relief. Now, the federal government has begun disbursing the long-awaited 35,000 naira wage award. Now, the payments cover a 5-month period and are now being issued in installments. This wage award was agreed last year to cushion the impact of fuel subsidy removal and currency reforms, but implementation had been delayed. Now, according to the Office of the Accountant General, several workers have already received their payment, although no official press briefing was held. Well, Valentine, this is where I bring you in again. With inflation still biting, is this enough? Is this money? Is it enough to ease the pressure on workers? But hold on, hold your thought. I think let's just see the reactions on social media very briefly, then, because I know that you have a lot to even say about the reactions. Now, Just Wisdom says, so what will 35,000 naira do for them? Let's see more reactions. Nura Usman says, that is for the workers at the center, but for those of us working in the subsector of the economy, situation remains the same. Neither first payment nor second installment. That is, none of it works. Let's see more reactions. Aminatu Hadi says, the whole essence of that wage award was to serve as an incentive to federal workers. Why did they cut the payment since first quarter of last year, 2024, until now, and they want to pay in piecemeal? I see no logic.
Absolutely.
Aminatu has had enough. Lanko_C says, paying the 35,000 naira wage award in installment is an act of extreme unfairness. Workers are owed 5 months arrears, totaling 175,000 naira. Why not settle all the arrears at once to help ease the financial burdens workers are facing? But because of wickedness, you won't pay, says Shegu. Look, I'm completely all for this last comment I read. Sawun says they steal in billions, or fail to give the masses the little that belongs to them.
When you get into a gunfight with a knife, you don't even need anyone to explain to you what the outcome will be. I mean, The federal government has the yam, they do have the knife, they have the tray. All we have is just our voices.
Yeah, that's why we have to amplify this
that's
conversation.
That's my point. And you see, the sooner we understand that government is for the people, by the people, and of the people, the sooner we understand these things, guess what? The better. Some people still see government as government is there to give us everything that we need. Now, I want to be very objective with this now. I understand the 5,000 is nothing, but I want to come from the angle of entrepreneurship right now. See, when you are used to collecting handouts or collecting salary as a whole, I'm not saying you don't have financial security, but when you're used to be giving these things back to back, but I'm not making a case for the government. I'm just saying generally. When we're used to these things, guess what? Your creative sense and your business sense will dampen. Why? Because you are waiting for money to come to your pocket. Yes, it is small money. Yes, it doesn't go anywhere. But have you thought about the opportunity in Nigeria? The opportunity in Nigeria is so huge that challenges are important. So those opportunities will come out. The problem is most people don't see those opportunities. They are caught up in dogma. Dogma is thinking about using, solving out issues from other people's thinking. If I was someone, again, I'm not, if I'm someone who is supposed to run through this and say, okay, let's increase the amount of money, I will say this. I will take bulk of that money, put into security, make sure the country is secured first.
Okay.
Then take bulk of that money, right? Put into healthcare, make sure healthcare works well.
Okay.
Make sure every other thing that is basic as a Nigerian, that those areas work. And I tell you, even if you're being paid 35,000 naira, I'm not saying it is enough money. If you're being paid that amount of money, because things are already working, not spend too much money on fueling your generator for your business and other areas, I bet you that will just be added handkerchief money. Because the opportunities in Nigeria are vast. If we don't have opportunities, why are foreigners tripping in? We don't have opportunities, why are people crossing our borders?
So what are you saying in essence?
What
really?
I'm trying to
understand.
say in essence is that 35,000 naira, yes, is not much. But if you diversify and work into other areas, other businesses, you realize that you not depend on that money at all.
Okay, that's what you
that's
mean.
What I'm heading to.
I think
because that money will not
me,
increase. Let's be
they
honest.
Should pay. I think I'm just for the commenter that said that you're owing 35. Yes, you're to pay 35,000 naira, but then why not just add up the entire?
Why lean on the government? That's my take.
Look.
Because let me tell you, we know that they are not giving us what we want.
I understand where you're coming from, but give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Because I like our like we have a different view. But if government has said, so people are paying taxes,
right?
So what are you making use of my tax for? So if you're to pay XYZ amount of these people, then pay them. 5,000 naira is nothing in the scheme of things. These are people earning billions of naira every other day, and I'm talking literally and figuratively. So what is 35,000 naira in the scheme of things? So I hear you when you say, oh, people should embrace entrepreneurship.
That's the way to go.
But then give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. We have to go to the last conversation. Now I saw this one yesterday and my mind was blown. Now a bizarre story has definitely left the internet buzzing. Now a businesswoman recently discovered that the sales rep she hired 3 weeks ago, who she thought was a woman, is actually a man named Kunle, pretending to be a woman. Imagine Mr. Valentine being absent. Now, but let me finish up. Now, the truth actually came out after the businesswoman's sister walked in on him while he was bathing and discovered this deceit. Now, that's the video trending. You can hear the woman confronting him in shock and threatening to call the police on him. However, Kunle's explanation is that he was only trying to get a job. But let's see this video. Let's watch.
So you be boy. So you be boy. You can't pretend say you be gay. Why? Why are they talk? They talk. If you don't want to call police, nah, they talk. I will call police. I will call police. Talk loud now. I would call the police. Oya talk. I will call the police now. Start talking. Oya, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. Oya, I'm hearing you. This ain't a joke. You don't say me. I get grace for head. You don't know who I be because you did with me for house. Start talking. Let me start calling people now. Stay here. Oya talk. I'm hearing you. I'm here. If you don't talk, I go call police. Or I'm hearing you. What's happen? Why you pretend say you be girl?
I just wanted to
come
hear
my
the
house,
part where
and you don't stay for my house more than 3 weeks now. I think say you be girl. I don't know say you be boy. Why you do like that? See my hand they shake. My hand they shake. I don't believe him. My hand they shake. I feel fall down for yourself. I swear I don't believe him. Oh yeah, they talk. See, as my body they shake, so now I try to take deal with you. What's happen? Because I'm looking for a job. I'm hearing you. Speak louder. I'm hearing you.
That's the key word right there, because I was looking for a job. So then it makes me ask the question, is this justifiable? I mean, people are looking for jobs. You do all sorts to get a job, and then you get a job. But then there's a part of deceit. But then again, I have a question. Is there a place in the law that says deceit is an unlawful crime? I mean, morally it's wrong, but lawfully is it wrong in the Constitution? No.
So they say there's this thing they call unwritten law on the wall. But let's be honest. Let's look at it from this angle. He said he I don't want to say he. That's why I say he or she. But okay, so Shim said that because he needed a job. But again, there's no excuse, right, for breaking the law. But let's look at it very closely. Is there a law that's been broken here? There is a law against OBT, obtained by tricks. So if he obtained the job by tricks, I don't know, I need to talk to a lawyer, a legal advisor, to let us know, is this punishable by law? But even at that, morally, now let's come back to the angle of being moral. You see, I blame Bobrisky and his cronies, all those people on social media, and people who follow him and give them enough, publicity. Because I mean, social media now is, as much as it can inform you, it can also destroy, a lot of things. I'm sure he has a smartphone, so he sees all those things that people can get away with. To say, wait a minute, if I can dress as a girl and paint and then look all that stuff, I can deceive this person and then get this job, and begin to believe his lie, dressing and all that stuff.
Not that I know of at the moment.
So if we don't have, should we begin to tie that idea of cross-dressing that youths these days see as a way of gaining content, tied with the issue of 14 years imprisonment? And who are their mentors? Because let's be honest, there are many jobs out there. Yes, mentors, yes, because not just one, there are a lot of them, a lot of cross-dressers, and let's be honest, some of these politicians see them and invite them for functions.
Exactly,
and
that's the thing.
Yeah, when it comes for functions,
it seems to be giving them some sort of clout that they wouldn't have had if they were not even cross-dressing.
I can tell you, and this is just me speaking figuratively. Now he has gone viral. If he has a social media page, don't you think there are people who admire such things who want to reach out to him?
Because there are actually people that are on his side. But let's see some of the reactions on social media to this conversation, because there have been people that are saying that, you know what, you're even wrong to be filming him. Why not just go to the police? Video
but she needed proof.
She needed proof, actually. Video IoT says this hustle is getting out of hand. This is a criminal offense, operating with a false identity. Kiri first before explanations.
No, now.
Dude, don't see her finish. Well, let's see more reactions. Who does that? I like that name. I am TG Bank says, why you people won't stop asking for sales girls? Exactly. As if boys can't do the job. Okay, so that's also something we need to address. You already know. I'm liking these names. Mr. Blinks made it, said, what's the crime? If he didn't steal, just fire him for being deceitful. Why videotaping him? So you see there are people that are also on his side. Damola Olarewaju says, 3 weeks under the same roof and she didn't suspect a thing. That boy deserves an award for acting. I'm sure his voice must even sound a little bit like a lady. J Gig says if he is competent in what he was doing, rather than sack him, let him continue his job. But now as a boy or man, many weak men are porting to being ladies because they see ladies get everything they want cheaper. Reason why the misguided Bobrisky, who happens to be their mentor,
I didn't read this initially,
ported and started encouraging the rest. I do agree with this comment. In fact, I agree with all of the commenters. Alvin Uzo says, how is it that she didn't notice his man? No, that has nothing to do with it. Because I have people personally that I know that have masculine voices, and they are ladies. If you're talking to them on the phone, you'll be like, hi, sir. And then they tell you, no, my name is Vivian. So I don't think that has anything to do. But I see the point of why are you videoing? Because I mean, lawfully, is that even right?
I mean, let's be honest. Okay, I keep saying let's be honest, but well.
Yes, but we
look,
need to be honest.
Most definitely. So, even if you travel abroad, when the cop stops you, he has a body camera there. Right? Now, I don't know if the laws that don't apply here, but normally, our road safety officials or regulators, last month, they have their camera, isn't it so? So, if something's happened under your roof, mark my words, if she had tweeted this, or put it this way, she had gone on X to say, look, my housemate just turned out to be a boy.
They will say things that never happened. Hashtag.
Most definitely. So she needed the proof. I think I'll also give her credit. I don't think they laid the finger on the boy.
They didn't.
That's one. So let's give her credit for that. Let's also give her credit that she held back herself, right? Not to carry out jungle justice. Because let's be honest. Have you thought about the fact that she might have been walking around her own house without clothes?
Yes.
And he's busy just having a free time?
Right.
Have you thought about the fact that free show? Have you thought about the fact that they could have been saying some certain things, that women discuss that probably shouldn't be where men are or something, just to have their privacy. And then him.
Him,
it's him or whatever he's throwing in. So, I mean, just to put a cap on this, I think to be on his side first, I think, well, he needed a job, and so he went that route. Also, on her own part, she needed a girl, and for a reason why she needed a girl. Think about it. She needed a girl so that she can have her privacy, and then girl can do some certain chores and wash female clothes and all that stuff.
Oh, but I think for me, this also highlights a little bit of the gender inequality gap that we tend to face in certain jobs.
coming there.
Because when we say sales, always when you see posters, you see sales girl needed. I think some people even use sales girl as the umbrella description for whether boy or girl. I think so, because at this point I'm thinking that if I was a boy, I would apply. So you said sales girl needed. I'm a boy, but I think that's an umbrella name. Yeah. So because it's looking like the guys are thinking. Well, they are thinking, but sometimes you need to live the life to realize. I think the guys are thinking that ladies are having it easy. I mean, the opportunities are there for ladies. Bobrisky would have not been popular or become this sensation if he never cross-dressed and became, sort of like a lady. Now he calls himself Mommy of Lagos.
There's an eye-opener to this thing, very quickly. For him to have done this, it shows how desperate Nigerian youths are just to survive. Give him credit. He didn't go out to go and steal. He said, I'll get this job. Yeah. Even if it means me being faced with embarrassment eventually. So if I am the Minister of Youth or the Commissioner for Youth or whatever it is, I will say, okay, this has happened. Before we throw him in jail for invading privacy, how do we turn this narrative and begin to use it to educate people and help people get jobs, genuine jobs?
Because how much is it earning? I can't imagine how much the pay would have even been. It would have been anything. So I think I commend him. I firstly commend him for deciding. I'm trying to find my words the best possible way. Yes, without against the laws. I commend him for not going to steal, for not going tilting to armed robbery or becoming those people on the street that are saying, Ofekoja, give me this amount on top of what?
Explain.
I commend him for deciding to render a service. I think that is unfortunate that people tend to always look out for sales girls when you can look for sales girls or sales boys. But I also think that this also goes back to an underlying situation in the society that needs to be addressed, where it seems like ladies are the ones that can do certain things. Maybe a lady will be more attentive at home. She can be the one to, just manage a job. But I've seen really exceptional men be sales boys. My landlady has boys as sales boys, and they are fantastic.
Good at it.
So I think people need to clear out that narrative. But I commend him for deciding to look for a job as against going on the street to extort people of money or going to armed robbery or whatever. However, if it looks like this thing, but he went to render a service. So that's where I really stand at.
Oh, well, like they say, the video is out there already. There's something to learn from it. And it has a flip side. So let's leave it at that.
The government just needs to address like you said, this desperation that people have for jobs. So it's just showing the level of unemployment that people are facing. and what people, how the extent people will go. So today we're talking about someone disguising as this, and tomorrow it might be something even much more worse
It could be a
than
woman
this.
disguising as a man to get a security job. What would not say?
Oh, I mean, we have to just wrap it up today, right now. Thank you so much, Val. This conversation was truly, I enjoyed having this conversation with you this morning. Well, that's been the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name remains Elizabeth Musa, and up next we have the Global Business Insight by Bode Oshosomi. Stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olutabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
The Financial Times, in an editorial, have said it's time for Bola Tinubu to make ordinary Nigerians, and not just investors, feel the benefits of the many reform initiatives launched. It's not one or the other, it has to be both. One area of attention continues to be the electricity sector, the setup of regional development institutions, updated legislation to facilitate state roles in providing electricity are also examples of areas with potential to produce future positive outcomes yet unfelt. Also, ending runaway inflation, high interest rates, and unstable foreign exchange underpinned by a doable 2 million barrels per day of oil production are all gains yet to be harvested. Hello, welcome back to Global Business Insights, where we continue to focus on the Tinubu scorecard after the first 2 years. US markets came back sharply higher and upbeat on trade after Trump said he was monitoring positive steps, including establishing meeting dates for trade talks with the European Union. This was after he agreed to delay a 50% tariff on goods from the bloc until July 9. Yesterday, we got more dovish comments from ECB's policymaker Francois Villeroy, suggesting that there is still room for further monetary easing and all.
We had a crisis unknown to most Nigerians, By the time the president came in, net reserves were down to under $4 billion by May 2023. There are over $23 billion today. That's a remarkable achievement, with over $10 billion of forwards, debts, obligations to airlines, and all of that cleared off. So that's a very clear area. Another area is the area of investment, particularly in the oil and gas sector. The oil and the turnaround of it, not just the investments in the oil and gas sector, but the remarkable turnaround in that sector in terms of reforms, in terms of new final investment decisions from Shell, from Total Energies, from ExxonMobil, commitments and so on. Some are at different stages of progress, but very clear turnaround in the investment position in the oil and gas. There's a new optimism and resurgence in the upstream oil and gas. The downstream is also an area of achievements, with complete deregulation and a new Dangote refinery operating. So the outlook for Nigeria's downstream energy has changed completely, apart from the investments in the sector. Outside oil and gas, there have been commitments for investments in other areas, and significant amounts. I've seen a data from the government that puts that figure at up to $50 billion. But of course, before they become actual investments, we'll see how that goes. And I think the last one I would refer to will be the gradual return of macroeconomic stability. Inflation is slightly down. Well, through the rebasing came down significantly, and now slightly down to 23%. Exchange rates are stable, around 1,600. They've been stable for 5 months. The main area in which we're yet to get some positive move is regarding interest rates. We hope that we'll get to that as inflation continues to decline.
Analysts are also warning that for Nigeria to see progress, the intelligentsia and elite class should shun tokenism and hold government to high standards, but also focus on the most crucial needs, which are: 1, reducing poverty, too many under the poverty line; 2, transformational interventions in education and health to start a long journey towards improving education and health to continental leadership; and 3, effective anti-corruption initiatives to plug massive leakages, without which economic progress is not going to be sustainable. Indeed, many observe innovations in important matters, like with issuance of passports and infrastructure in the Federal Capital Territory. Road improvements are also evident, but there are still a few question marks. A more than 100% devaluation of the black market rate from 750 to 1,600 to the dollar hasn't been explained, and some think that unbridled corrupt capital flight by the 3 tiers of government, of the over 100% increases in fiscal revenues from devaluation and subsidy removal, is responsible for this devaluation. Also negative is that there is no pretense to fight corruption, as a 15 trillion naira road project and another huge port renovation project was routinely sole sourced to well-known cronies. The scale of aggressive fiscal expansion without major controls, such as an anti-corruption or due diligence emphasis, compounds the risk of fiscal leakages that, of course, will worsen inflation and FX instability. Others have commented that there is lack of strategic clarity, and the vision to take citizens out of poverty is at best hazy. There's also need to accelerate the work in progress. A lot going on, especially to turn the foreign direct investment commitments, which are commendable, into real inflows. So you do need more work to improve investment climate, that is macroeconomic stability, addressing insecurity, also enhancing jobs creation, taming inflation, reliable justice administration, and strengthening education, health, and food sovereignty. That's the right of people to be able to feed themselves through sustainable agricultural practices. The president also needs to keep promoting unity, cohesion of the country, and belief in Nigeria by Nigerians, especially the youth who tend to get easily disillusioned. In an informal survey of a few experts, several dimensions of performance relevant to the Nigerian Renaissance were considered on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being excellent. The dimensions include, first, the economy, which looks at several factors: business sectors, economic infrastructure, important to supply chains, and most agree there was a major improvement here. The score initially would have been a 1 before the Tinubu years, and now we can say that the score is more like a 3 out of 5. Electricity is another separate dimension. We separated that only because of its absolutely critical nature, especially the need to expand transmission capacity and enhance effectiveness in all the various sectors, whether it's the upstream generation to the distribution. Experts say improvements have been minimal, a score of 1 out of 5 also given here. On quality of life and development of human capital, including education and skills building interventions, poverty has expanded and high inflation has squeezed wallets. Again, a score of 1.5 out of 5. We can agree that the outcomes of reform have been particularly biting in the immediate term, and we could get improvements in quality of life in the medium term by the time we start seeing the impact of a lot of the intervention. Security remains a concern. Experts score that 2 out of 5, and another dimension is governance, which includes cost of governance, anti-corruption, and efficiency of federal and state and local oversight agencies and the political structures. For governance, the Tinubu government is rated a 2 out of 5. This gives, if you add everything up, a total of 9.5 out of 25, or 38%, which is still below average, mainly because the lack of progress in electricity supply is considered to be a big downer. I wouldn't weigh all the factors equally, so the score of 38% may be too harsh, and one perhaps should have accorded more weighting to the economic dimension. All experts agree that on the 5 dimensions there was progress on the legacy of the previous government, especially on the economy, and less evident on many other factors, as we have shown. Let me close by discussing the medium-term outlook, which may present much lower crude oil prices than envisaged and lower volumes of crude exports given the lingering investment gaps, implying we could have foreign exchange shortages that may mean further inflation and economic headwinds. And I only say this so the government, I'm sure they know that. The central bank also flagged this at the latest MPC. The government needs to initiate budgetary and fiscal adjustments in response to the possibility of crude in the low 60s or even lower, and do this in a proactive fashion. There are opportunities to improve costs, managing costs and quality of governance, and also the need for a war room emergency approach on electricity. The government needs to build on the progress on the economic front and show results on the other fronts like electricity, like I said, and radically improve on due diligence and anti-corruption. Also watching, as we know the central bank is doing, the inflation print, which thankfully is trending downwards. Analysts notably expressed satisfaction with the central bank governor Yemi Cardoso in his role to get macroeconomic stability, which will help economic growth and quality of life as jobs are also created. Others also commended the president and the strong team appointed to the NNPCL board. There is a lot of hope on that front. But you know what they say, hope is not a strategy one can rely on. Privatization remains the best bet for NNPCL. We have to wait and see how that develops. Transformation also takes more time than when you are just tinkering with things, and a second term may be a huge help to consolidate on many reform fronts. And it may not be fair to assess performance based on outcomes in 2 years when most outcomes are yet to be evident from the transformation efforts of this government. Also, the peculiar politics, which requires astute navigation, makes transformation more complicated than it needs to be and may hold many things back that could have gone faster and better. EVI sincerely wishes the president the best. The best anecdotal advice I got from talking to people in the survey, someone said the president needs to listen to the people unfiltered. He may hear something different from what is being told by his normal circle of close advisors. Also, the president may have inherited a bungled electricity privatization and must make sorting out transmission a priority, as many watch the Siemens and other initiatives. If in the next 2 years electricity has still not significantly improved, the government will be seen to have failed despite all the best intentions and efforts. Asia-Pacific markets were mixed after Wall Street notched gains on investor optimism on US-EU talks and as possibility of a deal gains traction. Well, that's it on this edition of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bodio Shosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people, are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money. They can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time. Oh, several. We're pioneering the Noila, which is a dual-purpose chicken breed that can change the face of protein malnutrition in Africa. And already we have over 1.2 million rural households. And we have nearly 10,000 mother units that are buying the day-old chicks, raising them for 5 weeks, and distributing all around the country. It's been very, very successful. We're very proud of it. Also doing innovations like empowering farmers for broiler feed production, for sellers of chicken and beef and fish and eggs. So we're very, very proud of what we've been able to achieve in the protein space, in spite of all the challenges, we're still forging ahead. Okay, for instance, our outgrower farmers, we give them subsidized day-old chick price because we're the #1 producers of day-old chicks in Nigeria. We're able to give them a certain subsidized price. We give them feed. We give them veterinary pharmaceuticals, also at subsidized prices. And most importantly, we take the products back from them into our chicken processing plants in Uyo, Kaduna, Benin, and Ibadan. That way we're able to produce a closed circuit, end to end, for the farmers. And we've, by the grace of God, been able to bring thousands of farmers back into active business. Well, there's a lot government can do, and I know they're doing a lot. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of effort, but like I said, we need to move away from from creating ideas to implementing the ideas we already have. And for instance, energy. Why is a farm in Nigeria paying an energy bill? In many countries, energy for farming is subsidized. The road networks, we were fortunate, the Oyo State Governor, Engineer Sheyi Makinde, visited one of our facilities and saw how horrible the road was. And we're glad to say that that road has been commissioned now. But how many people have that benefit? So infrastructure, government can help us with, and also the right environment, the economic environment. Government has no business doing agriculture. They have every business facilitating the production of food to get to the average Nigerian at the lowest price. And I wish them all the luck, all the best in the efforts that they're currently on.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale. Oh, very fantastic. So we work across 10 states in Nigeria, providing women farmers access to mechanization through cooperatives. We service flour mills of Nigeria, Coast rice. These are some of the biggest growers in the country. We provide fit-for-purpose mechanization from land preparation to harvesting services, and we have seen an increase in yield. Now, we deploy these solutions with an intent for the farmers to succeed, thereby becoming partners to the farmers for the future. We are at the verge of launching our e-commerce platform. It's called the Correct Farmer Platform for farmers to access these products from the comfort of their homes across board, and the growing population of farmers that we have needs to have these tools at their fingertips. The government needs to make their policy more consistent. That's all.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector. You bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach, so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table. I mean, it's a broad question. Like I said, agribusiness is a complex system. So I can't prescribe 1 or 2, 3 actionable steps. The first is different players need to understand what their role is. And government needs to use their power in the most effective way. That's the first. So what's the best way for them to use their power? I think that is to bring players to the table, align incentives for all of them, and then ensure that it's implemented. So you bring farmers, you bring commercial investors, you bring financiers, you bring input suppliers, and then you find the right incentives, the right partners, development partners, and you ensure that that is implemented, right? That's one, but it's a complex problem. So there'll probably be a list of 100 things to be done. But the fact is, we can't solve the problem the way we are right now, because we're fragmented. Most of the things we have is wasting. So we need a systems approach. In that systems approach, government's role is to facilitate, bring every important stakeholder to the table. And the third is we then need to, all of those players need to take their part as financiers and investors, as service providers, as agriculture and agribusiness companies, and solve their own part of the problem.
For us, starting with especially when we talk about cluster, especially for agriculture, we are ensuring that our rice farmers are in clusters. So right now, we have in Lagos a cluster of farms of about 1,000 hectares that is going to go into rice cultivation. We have 500 in Igua, which is in Ogun State. So we're having a cluster of farmers so that we can leverage on technology, particularly when in talk with the drone producers for agro input production, so that we can reduce the cost of production and invariably the cost of output. Yes, there's tractor on the go, and particularly again for the rice farmers, we're actually making provisions for technology to serve them and input to serve them in their clusters that we have created. They're already live, so you just need to be in those groups. You have to be a part of the cooperative, part of the farming community in those groups where they are.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah. Technology comes in different forms and in shape. For us at Integrated Area Precision, we are providing farmers with precision agriculture solutions, such as drone technology services for spraying, planting of seed, application of fertilizers, something like end-to-end, also helping them to detect pests and diseases early as possible. So our farmers, first of all, must have an open mindset to adopt, right, accept and adopt this technology. And we can put from different stakeholders, we can put together models that can allow our farmers to be able to access this technology at scale. I mentioned during my speech, we need to move to cluster farming, move our smallholder farmers from a fragmented system of production to a clustered system of production that allows them have access, easy access, right, to these technologies. And not only technology, interventions from the government, policies can be focused on them, and they can be able to have a voice, right, that is aggregated, and strong. So, and with that, I believe that we can be able to have access to technology. And of course, we cannot put away the fact that funding is important, yes, right? So we can come together to create a model that allows these farmers not only acquire this technology, but the goal is for them to have access, either through services or through other models. Yeah. Well, I would say that the government is an enabler. The government enables by creating the environment, the enabling environment. And what do I mean by enabling environment? The policies, right? The policies that make technology to strive, the policies that allows our farmers to work more efficiently. And working more efficiently, talking about cluster farming, we're going to be talking about land clearing and land development, and that is the responsibility of the government. And because the government is the owner of the land, right? So the government needs to do that, and not moving away from land development into supporting farmers with, with the technology that can allow them to grow production.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Beyond headline.
After selling T-bills worth about 615.8 billion on May 21, basically we have calculated the figures for 2025. 7.896 trillion. That's the amount of treasury bills the CBN has sold so far this year. During the corresponding period in 2024, the figure was around 7.867 trillion, just slightly lower. On the show today, we'll be analyzing the facts behind the figures as well as some of the associated risk factors. Welcome to Economy and Markets, where we'll give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings in the economic space in Nigeria. I'm your host, David Olujimu.
terms, treasury bills are like IOUs, basically from the federal government to you, or to investors, to people who are interested in money market instruments, people who are interested in short-term returns. They are used to settle short-term obligations like payment of salaries, contractors. When you want to put it in academic terms, you will say they serve as stop gaps for revenue shortfalls, and in Nigeria the CBN issues them on behalf of the federal government. So let's look at this. In H1 2024, that was in the first half of 2024, the CBN issued T-bills at some astronomically high levels, at levels never seen before. We're talking about 22.49%, 21%, 20%. We've not seen T-bills issued at this rate before. Basically, these yields were so enticing that that particular instrument was a propelling force in the level of foreign capital importation we saw into the country in H1 2024, as foreign investors really wanted to eat out of the Nigerian cake. In the US, you issue treasury notes at 5% rates, while in Nigeria we are seeing these bills being issued at 21%. They were a good buy. Obviously, for observers, it was like these 2024 levels will never be seen again. But what we are seeing, and based on all of that happening between January to May 2024, between the start of January to May 22nd, 2024, we saw the CBN issue 7.867 trillion worth of T-bills. Very high levels. In 2025, the yields have come down, and the CBN have been issuing these bills at relatively lower yields. And when you look at it, the highest of any of these bills that was sold is 745.8 billion naira of the 364-day bill that was sold on March 26. That was 2 months ago. At surface level, it almost looks like the CBN slowed down on the issuance of T-bills, especially when compared to last year. However, when you look again, within these 5 months, the CBN has issued about 7.9 trillion of these treasury bills, the highest ever within a 5-month period in history. Is borrowing at this current rate sustainable? That's one of our questions. Is there a better way, or these are just occupational hazards? Have we come into a new dispensation? And on the show this morning, we have Samuel Oyekomi, a research and insight associate who with Norimbaja Group. Good morning and welcome to the show, Sam.
Levels that we've not seen, discount rate around 21 to 22%. But what we're seeing now in the regions of 19.5, 19.6. So what you're seeing is that those highs are beginning to come down. But of course, they're still attractive to investors. But again, I don't think we're going to see levels of 22 to 20. And just coming on the back of the decisions by the CBN, in the last few MPC meetings, they've been holding rates at 27.5. So and that has given indications to the market that we start seeing some of these yields start moderating. And we've been seeing that towards the end of last year and up until now. So seeing it at 19.6, 19.5, yes, they're already less. And what it means is that going forward, we continue to see it moderate, albeit slower, until when we see a change in terms of the direction of the CBN in terms of monetary policy. But aside that, I think which remain high rate levels, but begin to moderate as time goes on.
Okay, so beyond these T-bills, what other instruments do you think that we can pursue, that government can pursue to plug short-term funding gaps beyond just issuing T-bills?
Well, so for the government, when it comes to instruments, there are limited options, especially in domestic markets. Long-term would have been bonds, which we've seen sukuk bonds in recent times, green bonds to expected at some point this year. In terms of short-term options are T-bills and OMO. But I think beyond just instruments and borrowing, there are also reforms that have been on the way for a while now. Look at our revenue basket. Where do we earn from? Either we earn from oil exports, or then we earn from the non-oil side of things, pretty much taxes. And as you would also remember that the National Assembly passed some bills a couple of weeks ago, which is geared towards, or which was a fallout of the tax reform that had started about 2 years or a year ago. aimed at, improving tax revenue. I think that's a way to go for the government. But in order to also improve taxes, which is a function of improving the nets, the tax nets, improving the collection efficiency of the agencies that are in charge, we also need to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. Because when these businesses do indeed thrive, the government can be able to make a lot more from tax collection. So when businesses, big corporations, small businesses are able to improve productivity, increase bottom line, create employment for people, of course, tax revenue is also going to improve for the government, and that will be able to meet up with some of these shortfalls that we have in terms of budgetary and expenditures.
So one of my issues, or one question I would consistently have, is about the level of liquidity that is going towards government issued money market securities. So I feel like sometimes I know that the CBN is trying to make its securities appetizing. That's the word I would use. Appetizing to investors and trying to get as many people into that space. But is it not crowding out capital that can go to the private sector? Basically, is it not crowding out private credits? Can this capital be poured into other capital market instruments like equities? I mean, if we see just half of the volume of capital that goes into T-bills, going to equities, I think we're going to be seeing some very serious action in that space. Or what do you think?
Yeah, interesting question, but don't forget that we are in a high interest rate environment, and the essence of this high interest rate environment was to tame inflation and also to stabilize the exchange rates. So we're coming from a position where our money supply is over 100 trillion naira, and the reason why the CBN has increased interest rate this much last year was over 800 basis points increase in terms of the MPR. The reason is because we want to be able to tighten some of this excess money supply that is in the system. So the action in itself is to discourage borrowing to an extent, discourage the excess liquidity that you have in the system that is set to drive inflation, right? Too much money chasing fewer goods. So if you look at it from that angle, the essence of T-bill also, aside from the fact that you want to attract foreign portfolio investors, is to be able to discourage borrowing from the private sector in quotes, right? To be able to mop up excess liquidity in the system. So and that is anti-credit to the private sector, and that is why they call it a hawkish monetary policy stance. So both, you can have both, or you can only have them to relative.
Basically, you can't have your cake and eat it.
Exactly.
Okay, so at this current rate, I have my challenge with the rate. Like you said, you talked about the fact that it's a necessary evil. Basically, we just have to have it like the way it is right now. But can we sustain borrowing? Can the federal government sustain borrowing at this level? We are seeing borrowing rates that are putting. I feel like they are putting some pressure on the fiscal space. Basically, is this a risk that Nigeria has not yet begun to look at or confront? Or what's your take?
Yeah, I agree with you. Of course, more borrowing tends to put a lot more pressure. Just merely looking at it from recent past, look at our budget allocation. A range of 30 to 35% of our budget allocation goes to debt servicing. Looking at data from the CBN alone, January to April this year, we've spent over $2 billion on external debt servicing. That's over 40% of what was spent the whole of last year. And year on year, it has grown over 50%. So it gives you an indication of how a lot more of this borrowing puts a lot more pressure on the fiscal side. But is it something that we would have to live by if we want to be able to attract the level of FPI that helps us to stabilize exchange rates? Yes. Is it a necessary situation for us to be able to mop up the excess liquidity in the system? Money supply is over 100 trillion. They're heading to 121 trillion or so. Currency in circulation is about over 5 trillion naira. So are they necessary to be able to achieve this? Yes. Unfortunately, we've still not been able to see as much of those impacts in terms of high interest rates on those indicators, but it tend to be necessary in terms of what's on paper.
Okay, you are speaking my language when you say unfortunately we are still yet to see some of the effects, because we speak about money supply a whole lot, and yet it keeps going up to astronomical levels. The CBN has probably paused now on hiking interest rates, but okay, now one question I have to ask is about, now, based on all of these high yields we saw from last year, a lot of banks increased their appetite for T-bills. There was like this rush for many banks. The amount of investment security they began to hold was way more than their lending portfolio. The amount of capital that the amount of investment, especially T-bills, short-term securities, and this trend is also extending into the pension funds area. We've seen a lot of pension funds now increasing their appetite for T-bills. But one thing that is on my mind, or one question I have, is the fact that pension funds are meant to be long-term in their outlook, but these T-bills are short-term in their outlook. How do they strike a balance between the two, between the short-term and the long-term, that is their actual drive or their actual push?
Okay, so typically, right, the pension industry is highly regulated. There's a portion of the portfolios for each of these pension managers that should be allocated to federal government securities. I think it's a region between 65 to 70%, depending on the kind of fund. Again, don't forget we have the fund 1, fund 2, up to fund 6. And the industry is highly competitive. So every pension fund is looking to maximize returns for their clients in a bid to also ensure that they don't have people transferring due to the transfer window. But going back to the data, right, according to the numbers from PenCon, in essence, right, pension funds have actually not increased their appetite for treasury bills as we would have it. In as much as it seems like it's that way, but it's not in terms of the numbers. So December 2024, the figures was around 754 billion naira in terms of treasury bills exposure. Okay. But when you look at their last reported number for March, it was a little bit over 500 billion naira, which means that it has actually declined. What you would find is that most of those funds will go to the likes of bonds rather than treasury bills. And of course, the pension fund is still long term. But again, the level of competition that you would expect from that industry due to the transfer window and the heightened regulation around there, you would find them looking for higher yields, just be able to maximize returns for their clients. Okay, so what one question I have is regarding, like, it's related to the first question I asked about have we entered a new dispensation? So some people assume, or some people say, some analysts are of the opinion that the reason why we are seeing bills being issued, like this volume of bills, and I'm not talking about the rates, the volume of bills that have been issued, is probably because the federal government needs to pay back some of the borrowings from last year. Like, it needs to pay back its 1 year borrowing. So we are seeing basically borrowing to repay borrowing. And now the question from me is this going to be a continuous loop, or where do we have a break in the loop, or we're just going to continually see 365-day bills, 1 trillion of it sold? We're going to continue, maybe in the future we'll see 2 trillion of it sold, or is this an endless loop cycle that we have entered into now? Yeah, well, so interesting. I think it's a norm, right, for government to raise more debt instruments to repay maturities. I think that's like a norm. But of course, there's always a portion of those funds. Everything is not expected to be used for repayment. It's supposed to also meet some of the government fiscal needs in terms of infrastructure and whatnot. But ideally, it's what you find, and I don't think it's unique to Nigeria. No. It happens across the world. It's the norm of the financial market. Even normal corporations do that, where they have CPs and they keep taking CPs, Series 1, Series 2, to repay back previous series. It's just a function of their funding needs in terms of equities and capital and debt. And same you have also for government. So we'll keep seeing government coming up with treasury bills, and at the end of the day, it's going to be used to pay back previous borrowings. Unfortunately, that's what we have. And I don't think that's out of place, right? Okay. Now, what are your thoughts on last year? We saw foreign capital flow into this short-term
debt market, basically, based on the fact that yields were high, and of course we're still seeing that same trend repeating itself. But are we prepared? Do we have a do you think the CBN has adopted any stress test model to prepare itself for a sudden drop? Let's say foreigners decide to exit our T-bill market. Are we prepared for what could happen? What currency pressure, or do you think, is it going to trigger a currency pressure? Is there, what are the risk factors associated with having a lot of foreigners holding our foreign securities at that level, considering that we're talking about the domestic debt market? This is a domestic debt market that has seen a lot of influx of foreign capital. What are the associated risks?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. And one of the downsides to having FPIs in your funding needs or in the economy is that they are hot money. They call them hot money, so they can easily exit at any point in time. And I know that the worries of generally of the market is that by the time we start seeing a reversal in interest rates, so right now we're seeing it at levels of 19, but initially we used to be around 9, 11.
Yeah.
So by the time we get to the point of 9%, 11% and all, what will happen when these FPIs decide to leave? I think that it's not just black and white. It's neither here or there. In as much as, because when those funds are expected to leave emerging economies like Nigeria, they're expected to go into some other economies like developed economies. But what you find in recent times is that many of these central banks across the world have been dropping interest rates. So the likes of UK, the likes of the US Fed have dropped interest rate the last time they held. We've also seen the same playing in Asia, the likes of
and in the US, the president is pressuring them to drop it.
Exactly. So Donald Trump is also pressuring the US Fed to drop interest rate. And just that by that, you realize that even by the time we start having our interest rate reduced, there's still going to be a net surplus for anyone who seeks to invest in the emerging market. Especially, but the caveat is that exchange rate has to be stable. So if our exchange rate is stable, then there is still incentives for them to keep their funds in an economy like Nigeria, and that could probably just see us.
So leading on what you just said, building on what you said about the fact that the incentive is that the exchange rate has to be stable, but we have a situation where our exchange rate stability is dependent on how much this hot money bring into our domestic debt market. How do we? Is it not time for us to begin to look elsewhere? Is it not time for us to now begin to craft a different strategy to exchange rate stability?
Of course, I think the CBN, credit to them for what it's worth, is that they also have some other plans in place to help stabilize exchange rates based on some of the reforms that they've done from last year. In order to ensure that there's a lot more transparency. And interestingly enough, most of the foreign players tend to look at the level of transparency, how easy it is for me to exit the same way I entered. And that has been put in place. And that ease of entry and exit tend to, drive some level of confidence in terms of the market. The CBN on their own end have also tried, or maybe the government, I'm not speaking for them, but I also know that there are policies in place to diversify the mix. And that's why you see like our reserves are short of relatively in recent time compared to where we are like 3-4 years ago. Maybe that is a plus, and that could help us drive some level of stability in the exchange rate. But yes, there's still that downside risk. The CBN, the fiscal side, have to do a lot more to ensure that we start attracting the right kind of funding, especially for foreign direct investment in terms of which creates employment, drives economic growth. We will be able to see some level of stability from that end. And then also to discourage Nigerians using excess naira to chase dollars, because what you find is that Nigerians spend a huge, a quantum amount of money on educational tourism, for example, health tourism, and for many other things, even just speculating against the naira. So if you're able to curb some of this excess demand for USD Nigerians, we might be able to manage that level of volatility that we've been seeing in the exchange rate market.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Samuel Oyekomi. Thank you very much for your insight. It's been a lot. We've broken down a lot, and we've gotten a lot of insight. Thank you so much. All right, this is Economy and Markets on BusinessDay TV. We had a conversation with Samuel Oyekomi, a Research and Insight Associate at Norimbaja Group. He was reporting live from Abuja. We'll be reporting again on Monday on economy and markets. Thank you. I'm your amiable host, David Olujimi.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujimi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obonna. Let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. Airtel insurance stocks push market cap beyond 70 trillion naira. $300 helicopter fee raises more dust. Nigeria will breed emperor as president if PDP collapses, says Sule Lamido. WHO cuts its budget after the US withdrew funding. Ogun athletes protest over unpaid allowances at NSF. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian exchange closed on a bullish note on Tuesday, May 27th, as the equities market capitalization surged above the 70 trillion naira mark. According to reports, this followed renewed investor interest in heavyweight stocks like Airtel Africa and key players in the insurance sector. At the close of trading, the all-share index rose by 1,721.29 points, representing a 1.57% increase to settle at 606.22 basis points, pushing the market capitalization by 1.09 trillion naira to close at 70.38 trillion naira compared to 69.29 trillion naira recorded in the previous session. Buying interest in Airtel Africa appreciated by 10% to close at 2,372.50 naira per share, alongside gains from insurance companies like Cornerstone and AXA Mansard Insurance. And moving on, the federal government has concluded plans to move the burden of the $300 landing levy by the airline operators in Nigeria to passengers, particularly oil companies, following robust opposition. The controversial levy was introduced in 2024 by the Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development and the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, but was resisted by airline operators. While attempts to resuscitate the matter at different times have not yielded positive results, the controversy took a new turn on Tuesday following NAMA's announcement that passengers would be responsible for the landing fee. Responding to this development, industry experts questioned why the government should take levies from the operators when it doesn't own any of the heliports. And now to end the local news, former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido has revealed that Nigeria would breed an emperor as president if the People's Democratic Party, also known as PDP, crumbles. Lamido, speaking during the TV appearance, says the PDP remains an integral part of Nigeria's democratic history, insisting that the continued existence of the party is tied to the country's survival. The former governor added that without the PDP laying the foundation of Nigeria's democracy in the Fourth Republic, President Bola Tinubu would not have taken over his party man, Buhari, in May 2023. And onto the foreign scene, the World Health Organization has tried stabilizing its finances at its annual assembly, which ended on Tuesday, May 27th, but still remains short of reaching its already reduced targets. Hit by the withdrawal of its biggest donor, the United States, the WHO trimmed its already smaller 2026 to 2027 budget from $5.3 billion to $4.2 billion. The slimmer budget plan was approved during the World Health Assembly, serving as the WHO's decision-making body. According to reports, a funding gap of about $1.7 billion, however, remains to fill. And also in the news, athletes representing the host state Ogun at the 2022nd National Sports Festival on Tuesday left all the athletes and officials stranded at the Games Village at Babcock University. According to reports, the athletes protested the non-payment of their allowances within 2 days at the end of the Gateway Games 2024. In the viral videos and pictures circulated by officials at the Games Village, buses conveying athletes to different venues of events were stranded as athletes in Ogun tracksuits were seen blocking the gate. Sources, however, confirmed that they held a meeting over the protests before proceeding with their plans this morning. And that's where we wrap it up this afternoon at the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obuna. Stay tuned.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive, and it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate, but we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War, but the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing. From energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long would this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. In the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely, in making policies, legislatures in enacting laws, will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by Business Day. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
Business Day Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of Business Day, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you will know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that parity incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. And oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
The roundtable was able to address public perception to taxes and strategies being set up to spread awareness about tax bills and incentives for the grassroots. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
In closing, the deputy editor of Business Day, Ololade Akimurele, reflected on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence.
Thank you so much for taking our time to join us here today. I hope you enjoyed the conversations that we had this morning. And I imagine that we'll be leaving here with the full knowledge that the tax reform bills is much more than just VAT sharing formula or arrangement amongst the states. It was really exciting for me, and I'm sure it was the same for you. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much to our partners as well, Onaliwun Ajayi. I do hope to see you next time we call on you to be here. Thank you so much.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day television.
Welcome to Inside Politics. Good afternoon. My name is Inyobong Iwok. Today, we'll be looking at this political situation in Akwa Ibom State. We've been seeing defection within the PDP in the last few months, but similar occurrence is about to happen in Akwa Ibom. There has been defection of chieftains and members of Nigeria main opposition party to the APC. Chieftains and members of Nigeria main opposition party, the PDP, to the ruling party, the APC. One of those defections was the Delta State Governor, Sheriff, and Ifeanyi Nukowa, former running mate to Atiku Abubakar in the 2023 presidential election, among other PDP structures in the state, who all moved to the APC. Similar occurrence is about to happen in Akwa Ibom State, where Governor Umoeno is set to defect to the APC. Last week, Eno told all political appointees in Akwa Ibom to defect to the APC with him or resign from their position. Reports say some political appointees have started resigning because they don't want to move to the APC. Similar political leaders in the state, some political leaders in the state have also vowed not to move with the governor to the ruling party, thereby creating room for impending political drama ahead of the 2027 general election. To assess the decision in Akwa Ibom State and PDP as a whole, I'm being joined by Barrister Emmanuel Enodem, the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, former Commissioner for Works in Akwa Ibom, and a former National Legal Advisor of the PDP. Good afternoon, Barrister, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Inyobong.
Welcome to Inside Politics. Good to have you.
My pleasure to be here.
Yes, you're a member of the PDP. You're a former legal advisor of the party. I'm not sure you are happy with the state of the party now. What is happening within PDP?
Well, before I proceed, let me make one correction. Yes, I was a commissioner in Akwa Ibom State government, but I wasn't a commissioner for works. Okay. I was a commissioner in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Renewal. I was a commissioner, Ministry of Special Duties. I was a commissioner in the Ministry of Trade, Commerce and Investments. When I resigned in 2016 to contest for the position of the National Legal Advisor of PDP.
Okay.
So I just need to put that record straight.
Yes.
I by the grace of God, I was part of the team that founded the PDP in 1998 at a very young age at that time, and I believe in PDP so much, and I've remained a member of PDP from 1998 till today. And we lost power in 2015.
Yes.
On account of some internal wrangling and struggling and misplacement of priorities within the party. And ever since then, we lost power to the APC. We can see what is happening in Nigeria today. I don't know whether we are running a democracy. I don't know whether we have an economy. I don't know whether there's a government in place in the country, because everything is just going haywire. But that's a story for another line. For another moment. For the PDP, yes, as a believer in the ideas of the PDP, as a believer in the PDP as one of the strongest political parties since the independence of Nigeria in 1960, I wouldn't be happy if things are not going right within the party. So especially the deluge of defection that's taking place in the party.
Yes.
It's not something anybody will want to be happy. Not just being a member of PDP. It's not just about me. It's about every well-meaning Nigerian. It's about every Democrat. It's about everybody who wishes Nigeria well in any political dispensation.
Yes.
I don't think anybody want to see a one-party system, operating in Nigeria, because that would be the worst thing to happen to Nigeria, at this point in time, especially with the way the economy is being run, the government is being run, the way the insecurity is taking place, the way the poverty is, skyrocketing, the way inflation is, the way unemployment, everything is going haywire. I don't think anybody will want to see a one-party system in Nigeria. Because if we don't have a one-party system in Nigeria and things are going the way it's going, if we have a one-party system in Nigeria, then it means that the country is completely gone. So I don't think anybody will be happy, whether the person is a politician, a member of PDP, or not a member of the PDP.
Obviously, we know the genesis of this crisis that started after that primary where Atiku won, after picking Wike as his running mate. Some people convinced him that that was not the right decision. He switched to Ifeanyi Okowa, and since that time, not much has been done.
I don't think
the party have not been able to stand with feet. We're going to the election.
I don't think that history you are trying to put across is correct.
Okay.
Yes, some week, former governor Rivers State, personally the minister of FCT,
yes,
under the Tinubu administration, was never picked as a running mate. Because when you say he was picked as a running mate, it means that there was a formal declaration that he was going to be the running mate to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar.
Okay.
That didn't happen. Yeah, the processes was on for the selection of who was going to be the running mate. There was no formal acceptance or declarations or endorsement of former Governor Wike as the running mate to Atiku Abubakar. There was no such thing. Yes, it was a process. The process. The choice of a selecting a running mate for any whether for a governorship or for presidential election is always a process, taking into account many contending forces. Do you understand? So where we are was the fact that a decision where instead of Wike being selected, Ifeanyi Okowa, former governor of Delta State, was selected. That's where we are. So the person that was selected was Ifeanyi Okowa as the running mate to Abubakar Atiku. Okay, that didn't sit well. That didn't sit well with the Nyesom Wike, like we all know, and that, like you pointed out, had been the genesis of the genesis of the second problem of PDP, because we had a problem in 2015.
Yes.
So this is another problem that cropped up in 2023.
But
I need to say something here. Now, a political party is the role of a political party is to go out there and win election. That's one of the primary roles of a political party, and form a government. Members of the political party must subject themselves to the priorities of the party itself, to the supremacy of the party itself, to the constitution of the party itself. So when the party has taken a decision, it is incumbent on all members who are truly members, loyal members, committed members of the party to abide by that decision, whether that decision is favorable to you or not. That is the beauty of being a member of a political party.
But a lot of people,
a political party.
A lot of people feel that the party had been too soft on him on Wike, knowing that what has transpired since after he joined the Tinubu government, and he has been working within his cohort and his ally to destabilize the party. A lot of people feel that the party had been too soft.
Everybody, not a lot of people, everybody who is well-meaning, whether the person is a farmer, whether the person is a teacher, whether the person is a preacher, or whether the person is a politician, there's no reasonable person that will be happy with what Wike is doing. There's no reasonable person that will be happy with what he's doing. It is bad enough that he did not support his political party during the 2023 election. It is bad enough that Wike did not allow his political party to even do campaign in Rivers State. That is the first time in the history of Nigeria where a member of a political party and a governor elected on the platform of a political party did not allow his own political party to do campaign in his own state. It is bad enough that those who did, members of the party who did to support the party in Rivers State during the campaign and during the election were subjected to extreme brutality by agent of former Governor Wike in Rivers State. It is bad enough that former Governor Wike accepted an appointment to work with APC because as a reward for his disloyalty to PDP by supporting a candidate of an opposing party, the APC.
He said he informed the party opposition. He said the party gave him approval to join the APC government.
The party did not. Tell him the only organ of the party that can give him approval to join or to accept appointment in an opposing political party is the neck of the party. The NWC or the neck of the party. Let him produce any approval of the party, that any of the organs of the party available. The party did not give him any such approval. Up to date, he has not got the sanction of the party, the imprimatur of the party to join, an opposing political party. It's bad enough that. Hello?
Let's not dwell so much time on Wike. Now we look at the party now. The Demagu, the national party, the national chairman have taken some top decision. Saraki a committee was set up headed by Bukola Saraki to mediate and find a way out of the crisis within the party. The next meeting we know supposed to hold yesterday. We don't know if it was held. Maybe some reports said it was held. Some reports said it was not held. What is the way forward now for the PDP?
Anybody who is a journalist,
yes,
and lives on this planet Earth, I'm not even talking about Nigeria, live on this planet Earth in this ICT age, and does not know that PDP held its next meeting yesterday, has lost his or her own bearing. Anybody who is not aware that PDP held next meeting yesterday is not telling the truth or is not up to date on his job. PDP had a successful next meeting yesterday. After all the shenanigans, after all the controversies, after all the hiccups, after all the bubble traps, PDP was able to have its own next meeting yesterday to the glory of God and to the joy of the party loyalists across the country.
Now, the Saraki committee was set up by Saraki. That committee have been going around the country. We met with the Enugu State Governor and met with some other chieftains. Do you see a way out of this crisis? Bukola Saraki is noted to be somebody who is...
If we were able to have a next meeting yesterday, it means that PDP is on course. So whatever committee was set up by the party to mediate, to bring peace, to reconcile, I mean, it's supported by the party. Incidentally, former governor and former Senate President Bukola Saraki was in the next meeting yesterday. He was in the next meeting yesterday. And he also attended the party caucus meeting that was held a day before yesterday and the early hours of yesterday. And eventually also attended the next meeting. So that committee is on course.
Before we go to Akwa Ibom, what is happening in Akwa Ibom? We saw Ifeanyi Okowa, the former presidential running mate to Atiku Abubakar, deferred to the APC with the Delta State Governor. What is your take on what is happening in Delta? All political structures they all move to the ruling party.
Well, I don't know what is all political structure.
Hold
on. I don't know what is all political structure. Now, first of all, let me make a point here, which is very general and which is constitutional. Everybody every human being, every politician has a right to associate with any association of his choice. An association also includes political parties. So the governor of Delta State, former governor of Delta State, and of course the running mate to the PDP presidential candidate in 2023, Ifeanyi Okowa, they both have right to join a political party of their choice. Even though in between that there's a moral burden, but the constitutional, enablement is superior to any moral obligation. Do you understand what I'm saying? Everybody has a right to join a political party of their choice, but there is a moral burden also, especially for those who are already holding a political office elected on the platform of a particular political party. There's also a moral burden, but that moral burden is only subject and subservient, to the constitution of the party, which enables people to associate with any organization of their choice. Do you understand what I'm saying? So for me, anybody is right to cross carpet. Anybody is right to defect. The only problem I seem to have with people who defect are that they are telling too many stories against yesterday. They are telling too many stories against yesterday. When you defect and you tell a story against yesterday, you are bound to make mistakes. You are bound to have contradiction. You are bound to run to indict yourself in a manner that you have avoided without telling story if you did not tell story against yesterday. You know the point I'm making? For instance, if you want to take a former governor Okowa, he didn't need to tell anybody that it was compared to accept a ticket in 2023. He didn't need to tell anybody that. He don't owe anybody that explanation because it is not true that he was forced to take the ticket. It is a ticket that is true. The nomination as a vice presidential ticket that is even part of our problems in the party today. You get the point I'm making. So you just defect. You want to defect and leave the story.
Don't you think he defected because for his political survival, just like you have rightly said? Let's move to Akwa Ibom State. Governor Umaru have said he's about to be defect to the APC, and all political appointees should go with him or resign. What is your take?
Like I said again, my governor, Governor Umaru, has a right constitutionally to associate with any political party he likes. If I could convince him, I tried to convince him to stay in PDP, that he was very safe in PDP, that his election, re-election in 2027 is very safe. There can be nobody that can torpedo his election, in 2027. But he's convinced otherwise. And there's something he can do with a man who's convinced otherwise. So he has told everybody that he wants to leave, at any moment from now, we want to cross over to APC. For me, that's not a problem. He's doing well as a governor. In Akwa Ibom State, everybody knows that he's one of the best governors we have had in the state. So, but this decision of defection is what is making everybody a bit surprised, a bit sad, a bit taken aback, because nobody expected that coming. Just 2 years after his election, and he's doing well. He's one of the best governors in this country. There's no doubt about that. He's doing marvelously very well, and all of us are happy.
People have said
the only hiccups we have now is this decision to move to APC.
People have said the former governor Emmanuel Udom is not interested in going to the APC. Udom said, I was quoted as saying he's not interested in going to the APC. Could this be more like a conflict, more like a disagreement between him and the Udom that is fueling this defense?
No, I don't think there will be any conflict. The two leaders know themselves. They respect themselves. They understand themselves. They respect each other's personal barriers, each personal, idiosyncrasies, each personal decision. They respect them. So I don't think that would bring any conflict. The fact that Governor Mono will move to APC can never bring a conflict. And the governor has said that over and over again, that there can be nothing on the surface of the earth that can make him, be in contention.
If the governor
his predecessor, somebody he calls his political father. He has said that time and time again. So for me, I believe that it will not bring any contention. It will not bring any conflict.
Do you think Udom is being encouraged to join the APC? Is he being forced? Why will he? Because Akwa Ibom has historically
Udom is saying that. I don't know why
he's been a PDP state.
Hold on. Don't ask me a question. Udom says he's not. He says he's not. He said he's not going. So why tell me if he's being coerced? We know that APC is coercing a lot of people. We know that they're intimidating a lot of people. We know that they're harassing a lot of people. We know that they're besieging people to join APC. But I don't think everybody should yield to that question. I don't think everybody wants to be intimidated or used to that intimidation.
But don't you think there will be problem in 2027 when Udom, the governor was quoted as saying that if we defer to the APC, we still control the PDP structure. What do you?
Let me tell you.
What do you interpret that statement
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. In Akwa Ibom State, my name is Emmanuel Anoidem.
Yes.
For instance, I'm a staunch member of PDP, and I will remain so. In
You're not defecting. You're not defecting. You are not defecting to the APC.
Hello?
I said you are not defecting.
Are you with me?
You are not defecting.
I'm not defecting. I'm not defecting at all.
Okay.
I'm not defecting at all. In 2027, I will support Moino to return to have re-election. I will support him to have re-election because he is doing well. Instead of my personal disagreement with him, of not going to APC with him. Do you understand? He's doing well as a governor, and that is very important to our people. That is very important to our Akwa Ibom people. Because like I told the governor, God has a covenant with Akwa Ibom on the platform of PDP. The governors elected on the platform of PDP since 1999 have done well in terms of development of the state in key areas. So for me, he's also keen into that history of development. So I will support him. I'll support him, except because there's these things. There's these things in APC. Everybody who goes to APC failed to perform. Except between now and 2027, the governor is distracted. The change that is affecting APC people affects him. That is the only way I will tell him that I will not support him. But if he continues with this trajectory of development, I will support him in 2027 to complete his tenure for 8 years. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying?
In Lagos, yeah.
There's a jinx of failure. There's a jinx of failure that has taken hold of APC at all levels.
In Lagos, yeah, and in several parts of the country, well, we know him to be performing. People say the governor is performing, he's doing well. But people are surprised that what could be forcing him to move to the APC? PDP, Akwa Ibom State have always remained since 1999 and
yes.
a PDP state. And
very stable. Even up till now, so, PDP is a very stable state in terms of being a PDP state. It's very stable.
What could be forcing him? What could be forcing him when you are sure you are going to win on that platform?
I don't want to say forcing him. He has given enough reasons why he's moving. He has given enough reasons, and if you have your ears on the ground, you must have picked up some of the reasons the governor has given. But that's it. I don't want to say forcing him. It's his personal decision, and he has taken that decision as an adult, as a leader, as a governor. So it is his choice.
Some people have also said there will be crisis in 2027 because the former governor said he's not moving to APC. And does that mean the PDP structure will be buried in Akwa Ibom? Because the governor said
I don't like when you say crisis. I don't like what you say when you say crisis.
Maybe
the fact that there's a political disagreement. Hold on. The fact that there's a political disagreement it does not amount to crisis. The fact that there's a political disagreement does not create into the word crisis. Do you understand? The political disagreement is not crisis, because crisis means it's a helter skelter kind of situation where there's confusion. There's no confusion. If somebody is in PDP and this one is in APC, you will work for your party and this one work for his party. That is how it is in politics.
Are you saying
it's not a war situation?
Okay, are you saying the PDP will not be buried in 2027 in Akwa Ibom? Because the governor said he will also be controlling. If he want to use PDP to fight me, I will be in APC. I will also be controlling what is happening in PDP. I don't know
what you mean by PDP being buried. I don't think the governor cannot bury PDP.
PDP will not present the candidate.
Hold on. The governor has never said that he wants to bury PDP. He has not said that.
Will the PDP present a candidate in 2027? A governorship candidate in Akwa Ibom?
They will have. PDP will have a candidate in 2027. But this is 2 years away. We'll have a candidate in 2027.
To rival Umaino.
What are you saying? You are talking about PDP and APC here, right?
Okay, I get you right. I get you right now.
I'm not from your Secretariat District. I'm from Ikot Secretariat District.
Yes.
I'm saying that in 2027, I will support Governor Moino if he continues with this level of trajectory of development, except the jinx in APC that stop people from developing their own state, or that to stop APC from doing good things, also afflict him.
Okay, sir.
Which I'm not praying for. If it continues with this trajectory of the women, Emmanuel Enoidem, as a PDP stalwart in Akwa Ibom State, will support Governor Mono for re-election. I'm saying that. That's what I'm saying.
You are a leader.
You understand?
You are a leader in the correct manner. And what are your people saying? Are they happy with the governor's decision to defer to the APC? I know you, Akpabio, the senior president from that constituency too. What are your people saying? What are your members saying? Are they happy? What is the feeling you are getting from your people?
What will happen is that when the governor defects, I don't want to begin to preempt who is not happy, who is happy. When the governor defects, the day he will defect, then we will now reassess the party and see what's happening. Do you understand? I don't want to begin to make permutations, make assumptions, and presumptions on things that has not happened. You get the point? But I can tell you that many people, whether in PDP or APC or those who are not politicians, are not happy with the decision because everybody likes the governor and they believe that the governor should stay in PDP and do the good work he's doing.
People are not happy. You have said it.
Yes, that's the truth. They're not happy. They're not happy that the governor is doing well on the platform of PDP, that's been in partnership with the Akwa Ibom State people since 1999, and everybody wants to go to APC now. A lot of people are not happy.
Okay, we are about our time is almost up. Finally, sir, you said in 2027 you'll be supporting Governor Umaino if he's in APC, and you will remain in PDP. Don't you think that will be an anti-party activity?
No. I've told you my position. You see, in politics, I believe in Akwa Ibom State a lot. I believe in Akwa Ibom State. Anybody who brings positive development to Akwa Ibom State, who is helping the culture of development to be sustained in Akwa Ibom State, will earn my support anytime, any day. I'm very loyal to the interests of the state. I'm very committed to the interests of Akwa Ibom State, the development of Akwa Ibom State, because we are one of the minorities in Nigeria. So if God has helped us to maintain a sustainable trajectory of development, and we have somebody who's sitting on the saddle and doing that, fulfilling that obligation, I will support the person. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
My party, I will explain this to my party. Because we must be able to differentiate between development and political party.
Okay.
And I also put a clause.
Yes,
that except the governor get distracted, before 2027, otherwise he will end my support. That's it.
Okay, your people want your supporters, your members in Akwa Ibom federal constituency. I'm sure they are watching this program. That they are across the country. You're a popular politician. They probably want to ask you, 2027. Do you have any ambition? Are you probably be looking at maybe senatorial or any other position?
I believe that 2027
will you
is
be
too far. It's 2 years away from here. 2 years away from here. I'm still talking to myself. I'm talking to my soul, my body, my spirit, and consulting myself. Before then we'll know what happens. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
And you will speak with your people. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the program.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria, former national legal advisor of the People's Democratic Party. All right. We take a short break. When we come back on Inside Politics, we speak with our man in Akwa Ibom, our correspondent, to hear what our Akwa Ibom is saying about the impending defection of Governor Umaino to the APC. He will join us live via Zoom.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very on Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
All right. You've been watching Inside Politics on BDTV. I'm in Yobongi work. We'll be looking at the political situation in Akwa Ibom State and impending defection of Governor Umar to the APC. I just spoke earlier with a senior lawyer. I'm being joined now by our man in Akwa Ibom State, our correspondent in Akwa Ibom State, Anefio Udokwam. He'll be telling us what are the feelings in the street. What are people saying about the impending defection of the governor? And hello, sir. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program, Mr. Anefio. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Very much. Yes. To be here.
Yes. Good to have you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I just listened to what Barrister Emmanuel.
Yes, you joined us earlier. PDP.
Go ahead.
PDP have always remained Akwa Ibom State have always been a PDP state, right from 1999 when the party was vetted. So. But the announcement by the governor that he was moving to the ruling party came as a surprise to everybody, and people did not expect that, knowing fully that PDP have always won an election in that state, 99%, except for recently when the Senate president defected to the ruling party some years ago. What do you think could be influencing the governor's decision to join the ruling party? Is it being forced?
Well, it's difficult to say what could be the main reason why Governor Moino is planning to defect to APC. Like many people have said, the governor has the freedom to associate with any group or political party. Nobody can say is the reason behind his motive to defect to
the APC.
Like you said, PDP, Akwa Ibom State. Everybody embraces PDP. It has won all the elections since 1999.
Yes.
And the governor is doing very well in all aspects. Commissioning roads, health facilities, renovating primary schools, and paying gratuities and pensions. The governor is doing very well, yet he has decided to move to APC. It's surprising.
Is the election affected? Do you think, is he being afraid that probably if he remains the PDP, with the senior president from Akwa Ibom State, Akpabio from Akwa Ibom, probably the federal might work against him. We lost the election in 2027. Do you think that is why it could be one of the issues you take that decision to join to APC, to move to APC?
Well, like I said, nobody can say what is the reason he's leaving the party that gave him the platform to win in 2023. Like you said, PDP won in 2019 and also won in 2023 under very stiff opposition from the federal might, so to say. So there's absolutely nothing for him to be afraid in 2027. He has all the opportunities, he has all the
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. We know that within his government, some people are not happy. As he spoke last week, he said political appointees who are not happy with his decision who do not want to move with him to the APC should resign. And like I hear, one or two are already resigning already. Does this mean that a lot of people in his government do not support his decision? I will not defect with him to the APC.
It's difficult to say. It's difficult to say conclusively because the governor, as we all know, under the 1999 Constitution, wields a lot of power. He controls the resources. He has many ways to reward his loyalists. So it's very difficult to say the number of people that will go with him or whether his commissioners, members of his cabinet would resign when he actually defects. Don't forget that these are all within the realms of speculation. The governor
Hello?
Not yet defected. These are all, can you hear me?
But it's not speculation. It's not speculation. He has come out to say openly that he's moving to APC. The video is there for everybody to see that appointees who are not ready to move with him should either resign. This is not speculation. I'm just waiting for the day for him to announce, okay, this is the day for me to move finally. It is not speculation.
Well, that when he finally defects, then maybe we'll begin to see developments, either in support or against that decision.
Okay, but what we are hearing now is that some people already they are not happy and are grumbling within his cabinet, within his government, that they will not move with him to the APC. What can you say about that? Are you been economical? You're not in government. You're a journalist.
Yes, like it has been said, it has been observed. There's been mixed reaction. Some people are not happy. Some people are happy. Some people would want him to remain in PDP because he's doing very well. And some people would also want him to go to APC. So it is difficult. Mixed reactions. Some people support the idea. Some people are opposed to the idea.
But what is clear now is that there's division within the ranks of PDP in the state. Several chieftains are not happy with the decision to move to the APC, and that is why a lot of them will not go. I just spoken with one of them, Barrister Emmanuel Node, who said he is not moving to the APC, but he may likely support him if he keep performing while in office. So we hear that the former governor too, Emmanuel Udom, may not likely move to the APC. What do you say to that? What can you say in terms of leaders of the party? So many of them not wanting to move with the governor to the APC. Isn't it a deep political crisis ahead, 2027?
Yes. Former Governor Emmanuel Udom has said it openly that it's not going to APC, that there's nothing wrong with PDP in Akwa Ibom State, and so he cannot move to APC. Others have also expressed similar opinions and views. These are leaders of the party. Somebody like Barrister Emmanuel Node is a founding member of the PDP. Yes. And if he says he's not defecting to APC, but he's going to stay within the APC to support the governor, it shows clearly that the feeling within the PDP is that many people should stay behind within the PDP and build a party and not moving with Governor Moino to APC. Also, don't forget that there are other key stakeholders who have also openly supported the idea and thrown their weight behind Governor Moino moving to APC. Yesterday, during the commissioning of the road projects, a key stalwart of the party said where the governor goes, they will go. So while others are in support, others are also not in support.
What are Akwa Ibom saying on the street? What are people saying on the street? Are people surprised? What are people saying? Are they saying that, okay, if you move to APC, we will not vote for you in 2027?
Like we said, people are so surprised.
Okay.
They want to know what is the main reason why he's leaving. They're not happy. And they would have wanted him to remain within the PDP ahead of 2027 general elections. But he's thinking of moving. So they can't stop him. People are not happy, but what can they do? Some people are also happy about it. You know, in politics, opinions are bound to be divided. There are people who support a particular cause and others who will be opposed to it.
The governor also said he will retain the structure of PDP, be in charge. If you want to use PDP to fight me if I move to APC, it's not possible because I will also be in control of the structure of PDP in Akwa Ibom when I move to APC. The Baisa just told me now that PDP will have a governorship candidate in 2027 in Akwa Ibom. Don't you think? Don't you see a problem ahead in 2027? With this, what is likely going to happen? Some people may not agree that you are in APC, you still be controlling PDP, and want to bury the party just like what we are seeing in Rivers State, and they want to have a governorship candidate too. And if the governorship candidates emerge now to challenge the governor in 2027, don't you see a intrigues and political drama ahead in Akwa Ibom State in 2027?
Well, this state is always known for being peaceful and a place where people love to visit. It has never really witnessed a political crisis, never witnessed a major political crisis. Even though elections have been tough, there have been strong opposition candidates in the past, the state has always remained very peaceful during elections. Okay. So I do not see any major break from the past. The PDP may likely have its governorship candidates. Okay. And the governor may want to control the structure of the party in the state. But then there will also always be a room for dialogue, a room for negotiation, and at the end of the day, the people will elect the governor that they want.
Okay. Thank you very much, Anefio Kudokam, our BusinessDay correspondent in Akwa Ibom State, for joining us on the program today, Inside Politics. It's good to hear from you.
Thank you very much.
It's good to hear from you.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. That's Inside Politics for this week. My name is Inyobon Giwok. Stay tuned to BDTV. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.